Good morning, everybody. We're going to get a start. We had a little delay because we had a problem with the live stream, but now we're going to go for it. So it's the last day of the forum. Here we are. It's been quite a ride the last few days. We've learned about getting citizens engaged, the ways AI can both help and burden us, how to save journalism, and a master class led by Stephen Erlinger and Roger, and how to have a tense but respectful discussion about the Middle East. Among the many more discussions, there was the speech that culminated with the amazing Omar Van Reenen accepting the Kofi Annan Award, encouraging people to never doubt that you are deserving of every chance and opportunity to pursue your destiny. So we really hope you've been inspired and challenged by the discussions and the workshops, and that you've made some meaningful connections. And more than anything, we hope you come away with at least one concrete action and at least one new idea for a solution. So today, we'll start with a provocation from Niels Gilman of the Berggruen Institute, who's going to challenge us to think beyond borders for a new planetary system of governance. So last night he said to me, "How provocative can I be?" And I said, "Go for it." So I think you're in for a treat. Then we'll move on to the India panel with Jyoti, Yamini, and Maya, who will help us try to understand the appeal of Prime Minister Modi and the state of India's democracy. We'll have several more practical tools throughout the day, tools of democracy and bright ideas to get us thinking. And we'll talk about whether tech can fix the climate crisis and whether philanthropy can fix democracy. We'll also hear from our Teens for Democracy participants on their own proposals to fix democracy. And then we're going to turn to the final conversation between esteemed journalist and Paris bureau chief of the New York Times, Roger Cohen, and Jordan Bardella. We're well aware this has generated some controversy. So I wanted to take a moment to emphasize here that the Athens Democracy Forum is very much a journalistic enterprise, which is something that distinguishes it from many other events. It's in our DNA to welcome different viewpoints in order to interrogate and challenge them, and each other. So this is all in the spirit of open dialogue, and we ask you to be polite and respectful so that this can happen. And with that, we'll leave it to Niels to start us off with his provocation.
Thank you, Kim. So I'm Niels Gilman. I work at the Berggruen Institute, which is a think and do tank in Los Angeles. And we have a number of different programs there. One of them is, and the reason why we're a co-sponsor of the Athens Democracy Forum, is one of our initiatives centers on democracy and promoting democracy. And we specifically think at the Berggruen Institute about how to promote democracy, as we say, beyond the ballot box. And I want to make two provocations, actually, in this presentation. One is, how do we think beyond the ballot box in terms of going beyond voting? And also, how do we think beyond the ballot box in terms of going beyond thinking about democracy as a purely human, an exclusively human phenomenon? So let me talk about each of those. So in terms of going beyond the ballot box, one of the things that the Athens Democracy Forum has sponsored that we're very proud to be able to participate in is the citizens' assemblies. Citizens' assemblies, of course, are an example of going beyond the ballot box and saying that democracy should be something that one doesn't just do through voting, but one does on an ongoing and participatory basis. But I want to throw out one initial provocation here around thinking about democracy as going beyond even voting in a directed way. We heard earlier in the conference about AI, and particularly the way in which AI and social media present a threat to democracy in a variety of ways. But I want to suggest that there's possible to imagine a new kind of application, a new kind of digital avatar that people can create for themselves that would allow us to vote not just every 4 years or every 2 years or maybe even 1 year, but literally 1,000 times a day. This is an app that's actually in construction already. We can build a personal avatar, and you would imagine the way this would work is you would fill out a questionnaire saying what your personal preferences are about everything from democracy, abortion, economic matters, whatever it may be. And then you would also have your various social media harvesting information about your actual preferences on an ongoing basis. And then for every public policy matter at hand, your avatar would say, hey, we think your opinion on this particular topic is X. And then you would be able to say, yes, I agree with that opinion, or no, I disagree with that opinion. And over time, the avatar would learn to become more and more like your actual opinions. And this eventually would be a kind of digital twin, a digital mirror of who you are that could then actually weigh in on an ongoing basis continuously for you on every moment. So you wouldn't just get elite, democracy wouldn't just become a contest of you picking every couple of years between a couple of people who have been selected by parties. In other words, the elites will pick out the people you should choose between, and you get to choose every 4 years between a couple of those. You would actually get to vote continuously on an ongoing basis and expressing yourself continuously through this digital twin. This technology already exists. It's just not being deployed that way. I think that in 10 years, 20 years, or 100 years, this is actually going to be the way in which we participate in politics continuously. And for those of you who think this sounds a little bit scary, I would just say you have control of the avatar. The avatar is not controlling you. You can choose to approve or disapprove of what the avatar recommends for you, but it's kind of like a recommendation engine that you can then follow and have it express your opinions continuously. And this would be a very different way for politicians and for policymakers to think about being responsive towards their populations. Okay, so that's provocation number one, that we can think about technology enabling a new kind of participation and ongoing, continuous, liquid participation in democracy. But I want to talk about another thing that's perhaps even more radical as a provocation, which comes out of a different program at the Broadening Institute concerning the future of the human. So democracy, as it was defined here in Athens more than 2,000 years ago, initially by Plato and Aristotle, has been considered traditionally an exclusively human affair. In fact, the way Aristotle defined the human was that we are the political animal, zoon politikon, as Aristotle said. And Aristotle said that the reason why humans are the only animal that has politics is because we're the only animals that have a language. But breakthroughs in science that are happening right now are really putting paid to the idea that humans are the only creatures that have language. And here AI and breakthroughs in the way we even conceive about animal and creaturely communications is really making a huge difference. And I want to give two examples that are happening right now in the United States with animal science. One of them is a bunch of former colleagues of mine at UC Berkeley in the forestry department have set up a whole series of sensor networks in the Sierra Nevada mountains in California that are actually tracking the pheromones of insects and forests to test stress levels that can allow them to predict whether there's going to be an insect colony collapse, or there's possibly going to be an infestation that might kill off the forests or that might make them vulnerable to forest fires. And then they're using interpretive algorithms based on large language models to basically allow the forest and the creatures in the forest to speak. And so we can actually incorporate that, if we choose to, into our political practice. Now, currently, scientists stand up and say, well, we think the forest is doing badly. But again, we could allow, in the same way that we could have an avatar that would speak for us individually, the forest itself could have an avatar that would be able to speak. There's another project that's going on led by David Gruber, who's a cetacean specialist. He studies whales. And he's been recording whale songs of sperm whales. And he's actually used a large language model to determine an actual grammar that different whales have. It turns out that whales give each other names, and they actually speak to each other in specific ways. So again, we could incorporate the perspectives of the whales into our politics. This is a wild idea because we tend to think that again, politics should be about representation, and that if we wanted to include the perspectives of animals, we would have to have scientists represent them. But in the same way that the avatar could have us be represented, our voice be represented directly in politics rather than through an elected representative, we can imagine that the other creatures, non-human others, that have wills, that have opinions, could find themselves expressing themselves through AI and through large language models, and then be able to express themselves directly. I think the central question is whether we're going to continue to have the anthropocentric bias and exclusionary view that only humans are worthy of being included in the political practice. And what I would like to close then with is thinking that we should think beyond the human to think about how do we include democracies that are multi-species. Thank you very much.
I sit here?
Yes. Good morning, everyone. I'm Jyoti Thadam from the New York Times, and I'm very pleased to be here with you this morning with Maya Tudor and Yamini Iyer, two true experts on India and on Indian democracy, which is the subject of today's panel. You can read their bios, but I'll just say briefly that they both are among the leading thinkers on India, not just Indian political analysis, which we want to go beyond, but really sort of thinking about what India means for democracy in the region, in the world, and of course, for the 1 billion people in India. So I'll just start with the question that we've posed for this panel, the recent election results, and what they say about the allure of Modi. So just briefly, I don't want to spend too much time rehearsing the actual results, but as many of you may know, he has been the prime minister. His party has been in power for the last 10 years. In his second term, he had a very healthy majority. This election this year, he set this huge target. He wanted like 400 seats in parliament, is that right? And not only did he not get that, he lost his outright majority. He's now governing in coalition, which was a surprise to many people. And I'd say the sort of straightforward reading of that result was, aha, you know, the Indian people saved their democracy. The strong man is now chastened, diminished, you know, 3 cheers for democracy. So I'm going to ask you guys each in turn to complicate that picture. Is that a fair reading? What do you think, Maya?
Well, first of all, just thank you for having me, and thank you to the Athens Democracy Forum and the New York Times. I think there are 2 equally respectable ways to read the Indian election results, and both of them, I think, are consistent with the facts. You know, one, the glass half full, is the one you're told that, aha, Indian democracy has been saved. Strong man who really presided over an unprecedentedly long period of backsliding in India has actually been chastened. He's now governing in coalition, and that will chasten him and also force him to moderate. And in many ways, democratic institutions will bounce back. I think there's the glass half empty, though, perspective, which suggests that, you know, the norms of democracy don't rebound quite as quickly. And, you know, for many of you who are following the American elections very closely, you know, it wasn't so long ago, for example, that in the United States, you know, you actually saw Supreme Court justices confirmed by huge supermajorities. And now that hasn't happened in a polarized environment. And it's hard to imagine that actually ever happening again from the perspective of where we sit now. So it's the norms of democracy, the ability of Supreme Courts, of parliaments, of media to scrutinize, that we just don't know yet how quickly they will bounce back.
Yamini, what do you think? And I would just mention also that Yamini lives in India. You were there just until this fall. You're now at Brown. Maya, you were there in March. I was there this summer in June, right after the election. So we're all speaking from some personal experience, but especially Yamini. So go ahead.
Thank you. It's a real privilege to be here and a wonderful opportunity to really think hard about questions of democracy. So I'm really excited to have heard so much over the last couple of days as well. I think the way I have interpreted this election is democracy in the context of democratic backsliding. And therefore, to answer your question on is this a chastened Modi, is this democracy kind of showing its resilience and all is now well, we need to get back to the roots of how the allure, your original question, right? How did the allure of Modi emerge in the first place? And I would say there are 3 things to consider. One part of the Modi story is very much your classic populist narrative that all of you here in the audience are more than familiar with. The populist positions himself or herself as anti-elite, as a a son or daughter of the soil, positioning themselves against the plutocracy that democracy has consistently thrown up, and therefore consistently presenting the elite as the other. And then there's a second part to the Modi story, and that second part comes from a very fundamental dialogue that India has had with herself from the time of our independence movement into the present, which is, are we a Hindu majoritarian nation in which all other religions and all other forms of diversity are second to Hindu majoritarianism? Or are we, and this was a choice we made in our founding moment, when we rejected the two-nation theory and the backdrop of bloody partition, are we a constitutionally secular nation in which secularism in India is defined very much as principled distance to all religions, so equality of all religions, not so much secularization of society, but equality of all religions vis-a-vis the state, and therefore equal citizenship to all regardless of your religion. And it was a conscious choice that the founding fathers of India made in 1947 through to when our constitution was founded, recognizing that the only way the diversity of what made the modern nation state of India could sustain itself without falling into the violence that we witnessed through partition was through adopting this fundamental principle of secularism as principled distance. And that has always been a contested question. There's been a big mobilization of the RSS, which is at the back of undergirds Modi. And I'll just say two things about this. There's been a long history that kind of prepared India for the moment when the allure of Modi linked to Hindu majoritarianism gains legitimacy. But in order for it to retain its legitimacy, it needs the allure of Modi. It has to be manufactured because it's the only way that in a very diverse society with multiplicities of social cleavages that you can create a unified Hindu identity around the allure of this charismatic politician. And so he's everywhere. It's manufactured. I was sitting not so long ago with women in a rural part of Uttar Pradesh, one of the poorest parts of India. And one of the things that, these women are Modi supporters, they were explaining to me why, and they said, we see his photo everywhere. And I giggled to myself because I too see his photo everywhere. It's his guarantees that are all over. Don't forget, we are a parliamentary, not a presidential system. It's this constant presence. We are saturated by it. That is why control of media is so important, to ensure that that manufactured allure is there. That is why all the classic populist authoritarian tools of using the coercive powers of the state to curb civil society, to curb dissent, to convert any questioning of the ideological project into the enemy as anti-national. So your questioning of the ideology is anti-national, your talking for the Muslim is anti-national, your being Muslim is being othered completely in order to sustain this. The allure of it has been rebuked, no doubt. The mesmerized way in which the Indian population...
spell has broken a little bit.
The spell is certainly broken. But does it mean that all these elements have disappeared and what is done to Indian society have disappeared and this contestation has gone? Absolutely not. And that's the critical issue.
So I want to come back to the RSS in a minute. But before we do, all those ideas that you described in India's founding, and I know, Maya, you've written about this as well, those aren't just ideas. I mean, those have been expressed for the last 70 years in India through what have been, for the most part, very strong democratic institutions, the press, the courts, the independent bureaucracy, civil society. I want to give our audience here a picture, for those of us who've been in India, over the years, like really just how bad it has gotten. I mean, I think it's fair to say, like the situation as far as India's democratic institutions is approaching the point just before the emergency in the 1970s. Maya, do you think that's fair?
Absolutely. There are some scholars who've written actually that India was living. I don't know what some of them would say today, but certainly before the election was living simply in an undeclared emergency. I mean, just to give you a sense of this, right? The violence against Muslims, we don't have official counts of it, but there are some organizations that suggest it's gone up by 90% in the 5 years after Modi's election compared to before. Press freedom, India dropped to 161 out of 180 countries. That's below Pakistan, it's below Hong Kong, it's below Belarus, right? So just the sheer amount of intimidation, many, in terms of courts, many of the most important decisions that the Indian government took, lockdown at 4 hours notice, the Citizenship Amendment Act, they were simply not scrutinized by Parliament. And this is coming from a court that many would have considered the most activist court around.
Certainly in the region.
Certainly in the region, but even some would say, I think, among the very most activists. So the scale of decline, I mean, just to give you a little bit of a personal anecdote, I teach students from around the world. A number of them are Indian. When the BBC screened a documentary on examining Modi's role in the 2002 riot, it was immediately banned in India. Some of my students came to me saying, we'd like to screen this and have an event around it. And I said, sure. They said, but please don't tweet about it. Please don't put it anywhere on any website. Please don't WhatsApp about it, because students are being asked at police stops to open up their phones, and that their messaging is then searched. So coming from a place that was once considered really a vibrant democracy full of contestation, and that contestation is very much written part of its very vibrant history. I think that it was really quite a marked decline in the tenor of democracy.
Yamini, would you like to address this? And I think I would particularly like for the people in this room to understand, for those who feel like the kind of shutting down of civil society in a country as big as India is not possible, it is very much possible.
Oh, yes. I mean, not to belabor the point, so two data points. The use of the coercive powers of the state, the Enforcement Directorate, the income tax authorities, the Central Bureau of Investigation. An investigation by an Indian newspaper found that over these last 10 years, 95% of the cases were directed specifically at opposition politicians. And it's not like the previous regimes have been clean. Everyone has often used state power to pursue their own goals. But it is the scale and the efficiency with which it went. And one of the jokes that the opposition put out in the run-up to the elections that really captured the imagination was the washing machine, which was of several of these politicians that had these overnight raids, being thrown into jail, etc. If they were to switch into the BJP, all their sins would be washed away. So the BJP was a washing machine. Civil society organizations, a very core part of Indian democracy, something that we're really proud of, that have been spearheading several progressive legislation around questions of India's welfare state, etc. An active attempt to undermine it. Trust me, I know from my own experience, the use of the income tax authorities, the CBI, using the foreign contribution.
Central Bureau of Investigation.
Yes, using the Foreign Contribution Regulatory Act to basically close down all sources of funding. Over 17,000 nonprofits. This is a major source of funding for India. Found themselves with their licenses rejected on extremely absurd conditions. And effectively completely undermining any space for dissent, for my own community of academics and researchers. It pursued a very, it's hard to empirically show this, but I can tell you from lived experience, a culture of silence because of the very, very overwhelming presence of the state and the absence of courts to defend basic human rights and freedom of speech.
So, Yamini, you mentioned the RSS earlier, the sort of Hindu chauvinist, Hindu nationalist movement. It's not a political party, but it's existed in India for decades, way before Modi. And so, again, I would like both of you to sort of talk a little bit about Modi and his position in relation to his own party and this movement, because it's so easy to think of a strong man, a leader like him, as this kind of singular figure, that it's all about his charisma, and he certainly is charismatic. I mean, I met him in 2012 before he became prime minister, and that was quite obvious. But he didn't come out of nowhere, and he's not the leader of a sort of new right-wing movement in the way that you might see in other countries. So Maya, do you want to give us that context?
Yes, sure. So the RSS, the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh, is an organization that was founded in 1925, so it's almost 100 years old. Modi joined this organization when he was 8 years old. He has risen up through the ranks of this organization. It is by some counts the world's most active social organization. And its central animus is that India's history is a view of Indian history that India's problems have arisen from a sort of lack of Hindu unity that has enabled centuries of invasion and conquering, right? That stretches back for centuries. And that it's that view that has very much wants India to identify as a Hindu nation, as a Hindu family, and that, of course, has very real consequences for the rights of religious minorities in the country. It is the organization that set up the current BJP political party. So this party was set up by the RSS, and for, I would say, I'm curious if Yamini agrees, that until really this decade, the reading was that the RSS and not the BJP pulled all the major shots. They made all of the major decisions. And so I think, just to step back and to kind of use this to answer, I think, the broader question of the panel, of the allure of Modi. There is Modi, the developmentalist, right? There's the Modi, the Hindu nationalist, and there's Modi, the man. And all of those have combined to create the allure of Modi. So the developmentalist, Modi has delivered on a lot of kind of developmental and welfare schemes. And I think that that's an important thing to say. It is an important part of his popularity, things like toilets and cooking stoves. He has delivered that. He has combined that with a kind of a real activation of the RSS. And those two planks, which are intertwined and in many ways inseparable, so there's a kind of rousing of the base, as well as a kind of populist centering that, again, has echoes in Trump's America, or in Trump's campaigning for presidency right now as well. Then there's the Hindu nationalist element. And I think the real apex of that, in my mind, was the January inauguration of the Ram temple. And this is not just kind of a simple temple. This is a decade-long promise of Modi that he was going to inaugurate a temple in honor of God Ram. It was on the site of a former a mosque that was then torn down to pave the way for this. And this is a very, very important symbol of kind of centuries of conflict, really, that have been essentially papered over. And the symbol of this shiny new mosque, which was the inauguration of this campaign for Modi, was, I think, a really big part of it. And I think the final thing is to say that, as you said, Modi himself is incredibly charismatic, but he's also, he has very effectively branded himself as somebody who is not a political dynast. He does not come from an upper caste. So he's kind of a man of the people, the chai wala, the tea seller, who has kind of risen up through the ranks of the RSS and then eventually to the BJP. But he's also somebody who has, I think, a fair degree of, he sort of is also a kind of masculine leader.
Sure.
And again, that has echoes. There's been lots of chatter about the size of his chest in Indian press, for example. So there are elements, I think, of Modi the leader, Modi the developmentalist, and Modi the Hindu nationalist that combine for this allure.
So let me ask Yamini, though, particularly in UP, whether, that sort of, those combined elements of his avatar, if you want to call it that, certainly brought him to the point where he is now. But is there some tension there? For all those things he delivered, he has not delivered jobs in the way that people want or expect. And in UP, the same state where he finally made good on the promise to rebuild that temple, that ended up being the place where the BJP's results were most disappointing. And, one reading is, clearly there's some tension there. I mean, I've heard people comment that his, maybe what's going on in his mind is like, oh, these Hindus, like I gave them everything they wanted and they're still not voting for me. Is that what's going on, Yamini? Do you want to talk about that?
It's like everything around democracy and voting is complicated. But maybe let me answer this by taking forward the frame that Maya laid out of Modi the developmentalist, Modi the Hindu nationalist, and Modi the individual and the charismatic leader. Modi the developmentalist is a complicated proposition. It's complicated partly because we just don't know. The last time we did a census was in 2011. We are now in 2024. We said we couldn't collect data in 2020 because it was COVID, but we had a whole series of really important elections, subnational elections. So that wasn't the reason. We just don't know. There's smatterings of data that you can piece together. But even when it comes to the fundamental question on whether poverty has gone up and down, there's a lot of contestation. And that's part and parcel of what maintains the allure. What we do know is that certain sets of decisions were taken by the strongman leadership that certainly had the Indian elite really excited in what made Modi the candidate into the prime minister in 2014. Strongman leadership, developmentalist, maximum governance, minimum government, I am a doer, which was to take quick decisions. Some of the decisions he took actually have created what many economists today are calling a K-shaped economy. What were those? Overnight, demonetized notes. 500 rupees, 1,000 rupees cash that the average poor Indian has in their hands, followed by a badly constructed big taxation reform for the goods and services taxes, which had multiple rate structures that really impacted the small and micro enterprises. Don't forget, for all the big story about the Indian economy, and I'm not taking away from that. We are the fastest growing economy. The top 10% of the economy is doing well. The bulk of India is employed in the informal sector, largely in the small and medium enterprises. And the small, medium, and micro enterprises are actually at the heart of the employment question. So these policy moves really impacted the informal economy. Followed by COVID. One of the data points that we do have is that corporate profits quadrupled between 2020 and 2023, but small and medium enterprises and manufacturing employment stagnated and indeed dropped in this period for this series of reasons. And so while we have generated employment, you will hear this a lot, the bulk of that employment in the last 3 years, the fastest growing source of employment is agriculture. A growing economy develops by transitioning out of agriculture, not generating employment into agriculture. So there's a 21st century digital highway story of the Indian economy that's doing fabulously well. I partake of that. But there's this bulk of the Indian economy that simply isn't. And that is why questions of employment, unemployment, price rise were top and center on the minds of voters. And you can see this in polling data too. Modi, the Hindu nationalist, is a more complicated thing. Because in some senses, we have arrived over these last 30 years. Maya mentioned the mosque, which was at the center of one of the key mobilization elements of the RSS. That centuries of loot and plunder has meant that that the Hindu sites of worship have been undermined, and so a mobilization took place. Or it has a long history, but a mobilization that ultimately led to a mob tearing down the mosque, which over another 30 years, and at that point, there was a conversation that India was having with itself. Is this the path that we want to follow? Is this the political mobilization that we want to take over? And it wasn't quite a decided one. By 2024, it was a decided one. I mean, the general tone and tenor was, yes, the temple should have been constructed. It was done. Now what? And in the now what, Modi, the leader, with all his charisma, did what he always used to do through this election, which was to drum up the other, create the enemy, particularly the Muslim. And he, through the election campaign, made various remarks that really were unbecoming, I think, of a leader of a diverse nation like ours. But it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough because the employment question and old cleavages started coming back into play because his charisma is now a little jaded. It has been 10 years. He's still remarkably popular, but it is jaded. And one of the elements of the authoritarian piece of this puzzle made it created legitimacy to what was initially just stray comments by a few BJP candidates, that the constitution would be amended to remove affirmative action reservations for lower castes in India. And that was effectively used as a tool of mobilization by the opposition party. They had finally gathered momentum and were able to build this up into an election about the constitution, an election to preserve the rights of the Dalit communities. But what has been missing in this, and I've talked for too long, I'll stop here, but what has been missing in this is the question of our religious diversity and the secular project. Because even as opposition parties, many of whom boycotted this consecration, where Modi kind of anointed himself as the priest who was consecrating this temple, fusing state and religion in a way that was unimaginable in our founding moment, they boycotted it, saying this is we don't want to participate in a political project. The question of secularism and the Muslim remained unaddressed. And one of the strategic choices that were made in the state of Uttar Pradesh by the Congress and the Samajwadi Party, the coalition that led the opposition and really rebuked Modi, was to stitch an alliance together with multiplicities of minorities, caste minorities, with Muslims on the side. And in fact, the distribution of tickets to Muslim candidates was the lowest this year. We have the lowest representation of Muslims in our parliament, in a parliament that effectively rebuked the strongman Modi. So this question of religious harmony, the secular identity and representation of the Muslim, it remains a very critical one.
So I'm glad you brought the opposition into this discussion, because I do want people to remember that any election is a choice, and Indian voters have many choices. Like there remain, many opposition parties in India. So the choice here isn't just, yes or no to Modi. Is the opposition offering a real alternative to him? And this is something that we've seen in many democracies. For every strongman that rises up, there is usually some opposition movement that is failing to offer an alternative. I mean, Maya, do you see this election as a sign that the opposition to is offering a real alternative, something that, matches in its sort of emotive appeal Hindu nationalism? Like, can you get people rallied around the Constitution?
Yeah. So I'd say largely no. I mean, this election had the flavor of, I think this was mentioned in last night's panel, right? You're voting either for Trump or you're voting for democracy. And I think this election had a little bit of that flavor to me in India. When I spoke with people when I was there, it felt as though even kind of fervent Modi supporters understood that this was an election that if Modi was emboldened to get to the 400-seat point, that he would be in a position to change the constitution and such like, and that would have really much longer-lasting effects on Indian democracy. At the same time, I think it's also fair to say that the Rahul Gandhi, as the leader of Congress, really surprised a lot of people. He took this march and he was talking to people and he really understood their concerns, and he therefore knew how to craft the message in such a way that he really focused on, as Yamini said, right? Yes, growth, but where are the jobs? And this is what I think people were really focused on. And it's notable that he lost the election in the very district in which this mosque was inaugurated. And if in the many interviews that were published with voters, they said, yes, we have this temple and the temple should be there, but where are the jobs? And ideologically, and I'm sure Yamini has more to say on this, that I don't think that the opposition, the Congress party, has a very clear ideological agenda. To the extent that it has one, it's probably on caste and the protection of kind of lower caste privileges in the Constitution. It feels a little bit like a negative message, though, don't take privileges away, rather than a positive message. And I think that that's something that, if you're looking to understand the future of Indian democracy, I think that's a very important area to look at. What is the opposition messaging, and how is that taking away from those?
Yeah, I've heard Rahul Gandhi try to present Congress as, no, Congress is a party of, it is a lower caste movement now, which is, it's hard to see him still as the face of that, if that is the case, but I think that's probably the subject for another panel. But you mentioned the kind of mass mobilization around that march. I was interested to see, again, although there have been big protests over the last few years, the farmers' protests from Punjab were quite significant. I haven't seen this election as the result of an expression of kind of a mass uprising. I mean, they're very different countries, but if you look at the regional context in the way that the protests in Sri Lanka sort of gave rise to a new political formation, or the students in Bangladesh. Like, did you see evidence of that? Again, I mean, that would be a sort of hopeful sign of the resilience of Indian democracy. I mean, did you see that in this election?
So I think the sense of hope and a sense of resilience comes not necessarily from the streets as much, although they played a role, and I'll come to that in a second, but from the fact that in the act of voting and the chatter that surrounded the election campaign once it took off, there was a sense of just pulling ourselves back from the brink. And that was very alive. One of the indicators of that is the total control of the media. I'm part of a research group that have been doing some surveys around this. And even during our own fieldwork, I met a number of core BJP supporters who were willing to say, the mainstream media now only tells us Modi, 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 and we need to look for alternative sources. So this re-emergence of social media influencers speaking out played a role. It didn't necessarily affect voter choices. Reach of social media has its limitations in a large and poor country like ours, but it played a role in narrative setting to give you a sense of it. But don't forget that in the dominant phase of 2019 to 2024 of the Modi government, we saw two really important protests on the streets where we had two moments where there was one very serious rollback and one slowdown. The first big moment was with the Citizenship Amendment Act, which is a very fundamental attempt. It is complex, but I'll just summarize to say a fundamental attempt to introduce religion as a test for citizenship in India, which is something that we had rejected in our founding moment. And the Muslim protest, Muslim and secular protest, it kind of brought the constitution into the public sphere for the first time as student protesters came out reciting a preamble of our constitution on the streets. And the whole process then slowed down all the way through till March, weeks before the election. The other big rollback was when our farmers took to the streets. Against a series of farm laws that were bulldozed in 3 seconds through Parliament in the midst of COVID that sought to reform agriculture markets. And farmers went to the streets for nearly 2 years, brought the agrarian back into the political debate. Since the 1970s, actually, the agrarian comes back in a very central way into the political debate. And Modi had to come on television saying, I'm rolling back those laws. It's done. Those laws are no longer in the policy discourse at all. So it was a big step back. And we found in our surveys that there was wide resonance for this mobilization. So there has been street mobilization. It was very similar to Sri Lanka and Bangladesh in that it sought to actively be party political. They didn't align, none of the mobilizations aligned with parties, political parties, a sort of sense that the core institutions of democracy no longer have legitimacy to speak for people. And I think that tension is going to remain very central to how democratic resilience is nurtured in India over the next 5 years.
Okay, great. I want to leave time for a couple of questions, if there are any. And before we do, India is a complicated and big country, and you both keep up with it from here. I was hoping you could each sort of leave our audience with one recommendation, but why don't we start with the questions? Go ahead. We have the mic.
So my name is Urban Strandberg. I'm the director of International Youth Think Tank. Thank you so much for a very full discussion. You have been talking about the strong man with typical male attributes. When things are reported in media, which I read at least, it's quite depressing that over and over again, they are reporting about appalling assaults on women in India. And that makes me wonder, what is the role of women in Indian politics, and in particular with young women, and what's the potential for the future for change, thanks to the contributions by young female Indians?
That's an interesting question about the ability of women to really physically move about in public spaces and what that means.
Well, so I'll start. I mean, India. I think you're right. It is by some standards the world's least safe place to be a woman, and there have been a series of appalling gang rapes and deaths, murders. And I think I think it speaks to some really fundamental issues of that. I think when one zooms out, one can also think about the role generally of labor participation and women's participation, both in politics and in economics. And there is a long, long road to travel on that. I think there is a regional difference here in India. In the South, this is much, much more developed. So, India's economic growth in many ways is being powered by the South. We were just speaking last night. Almost half of India's female labor participation comes from one state in the south of India, Tamil Nadu. So, there are signs of hope, I think, ways forward, but there is a very long way to travel.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think it's a land of multiple contradictions and many countries, many centuries, many diversities all together. So, unlike the United States, we've had a female prime minister, we've had very senior female politicians, powerful, fierce, visible women in politics, blazing the way for others. And in other fields. And at the same time, we have extremely low female labor force participation, lower than any other country at comparable levels of GDP. We have social norms that make women's work a harder proposition. Our cities are not designed for women's safety, transportation. All of these are features that make it harder for women to participate in the workforce, even if they want to. So it's many things happening all at the same time. And I think I am hopeful because we do have a history of women really blazing the way, the path forward in ways where as much as we have deep challenges of safety, of visibility in the workspace, we also have icons that many young women are looking up to. And we pave the path for many things that other countries which are doing far better on most other indicators haven't been able to achieve for female leadership. So how these contradictions balance them out remains a huge challenge. And ironically, by the way, one of the interesting things about Modi, with his masculinity and the size of his chest, has actively nurtured women voters. The female voter as a voter base for political mobilization emerged really visibly through Modi, and now most other political parties are playing this game. So every election will have a cash transfer announced as a welfare benefit for women. Why this doesn't translate, of course, into a more robust conversation on structural issues of what undermines women's empowerment in India is a deeper question. But there are these interesting things that are unfolding.
Mm-hmm. There are other questions. Yes.
Sorry. My name is Nathan Cooper. I'm the Speaker of a legislative assembly in a province in Canada. And the relationship between the Indian community as Canadians, and in particular in the area that I represent, we have a great relationship with many in the Punjabi community. And the relationship has been complex, I would suggest, between Canada and India, as you may well know. And my question for you this morning is, would you be willing to comment on the relationship between Modi and the Sikh community more broadly, and in particular, the Punjab region?
Mm-hmm. Sure. I guess just, for those of you who didn't follow that, there was, I think it's come to a criminal case now, the Canadian government, and actually there's a case in the US also accusing it's unclear exactly who, but some party in India of basically paying for the assassination of members of a separatist political movement in India who were a Canadian citizen and then someone in the United States. And that has certainly complicated the relationships. Maya or India? I mean, yeah.
It's most certainly complicated the relationship, and I think it's new for India in some ways. India's position in the geostrategic world as an emerging global power that is of greater significance in the current moment, and Modi's own image for having spearheaded India's dominance on the world stage is very central to his political allure in India as well. And while the diplomatic cool-off and attempts at trying to fix the diplomatic relationship are underway around this particular controversy, certainly the wider ecosystem of trolls that are now very much part of a legitimate part of what shapes political narratives in many countries, including ours, use these killings to say, see how we are standing up for ourselves as well. I'm not going to get into the diplomatic question around this, but I certainly think, to your larger question about Modi's relationship with Punjab, the BJP actually, Punjab has a deep history of syncretism, and the BJP doesn't have much of a foothold there. So it is there are complicated national security questions under play here, including with terrorism in the past. And a complicated diplomatic dialogue that is underway. But I think Modi's relationship with Punjab has been a cooler one than Modi's relationship with many other parts of India.
Right, so the political stakes for him are not the same as in many other places, it's true. I think we had a question up here in front. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. As somebody who's a relative outsider to Indian politics, I wanted to know how you think Indians will move forward sort of in the next 10, 20 years. I mean, we see Modi as a very popular leader right now, or at least I do. And how do you think the BJP will move forward? Do you think they will keep sort of Modi as a leader? Do you think the kind of typical democracy indices that we see kind of backsliding with him as leader, do you think they will continue to backslide, or do you think we'll have a sort of shift as India has realized how Modi has, in fact, adjusted and affected Indian politics?
Yeah, it's such a great question, and I think an important one, because, again, the question of Indian democracy is not just whether this one person will get reelected, stay in office, or how long he stays in office. It's about whether all the democratic erosion that's happened in the last 10 years, whether that will continue, whether there's a way to repair it, whether any future BJP government or even a Congress government can repair it. So what's your, that might be a good place to end.
Yeah.
What's your,
I mean, look, I think it's a really important question for India, but it's also a really important question for the state of the democracy in the world, right? When India moved into the hybrid category, as it did in 2019, 2021, in every major democracy watchdog, it fully halved the number of people in the world living under a democracy. So when we think about India, it's also kind of bellwether for thinking about how democracy is faring in the world. So I think that's an important thing to understand. And also, India represents the way in which democratic backsliding is occurring in the globe, right? We are not seeing democracy dying by, tanks rolling through the streets and people canceling elections. Elections continue to happen and actually are producing turnovers. It is the slow and steady erosion, right? So democracy is eroding, it's not collapsing. And it's eroding through kind of systematically, the pillars of media, of liberties. To the question of how does the BJP see Modi, the BJP is very centralized around Modi right now. But I think a broader version of that question is, how will the RSS see Modi, which is really the powerhouse. It is the organization that pounds the pavement, that delivers the votes for Modi and has in the past elections. And I think that the RSS will continue to plump for Modi as long as Modi is successful. You have already seen some daylight. I don't want to exaggerate this, but there is some daylight between the BJP and the leaders of the RSS. Notably, right before the election, the BJP party chief said, oh, we don't really need the RSS to quite the degree that we needed it before. Modi is he will be 80 at the next election. And there is a future to Hindu nationalism well beyond Modi. And I think this is a real difference between India and, for example, Trumpism in the United States. Trumpism, we're unsure. Is it going to outlive Trump? Maybe, but maybe not. But Modi, the Hindu nationalist project, will long outlive Modi because there is an organizational basis. And I think if there's one point of difference to leave you with is that India's Hindu nationalist project is very well organized. It has very deep legs, and it will continue to march.
Mm-hmm. Well, we'll keep watching that. It's a really important cleavage, and I'm glad that you pointed that out for our audience.
Just very quickly say two things. I'm optimistic about democracy in India because I think the people of India have it in their DNA to always pull back from the brink, and we've seen this now consistently. I'm pessimistic about the future of democratic norms in India because I think that our institutions, our elites that are the overseers of these institutions, our professions, very quickly fell away from core democratic norms to feed the beast. And if you don't have robust democratic institutions, if your professions don't stand up for democratic norms, the ability of politicians and political power to consistently play and test the waters continues, and that's what erodes the basic foundations of democracy.
Okay. All right, well, I think we will leave it there, and I'm very pleased to hand things over to Sophie Verité. And with that, a round of applause.
So as Jyoti said, we now have Sophie Verité, whom Achilles actually met, I think, about a year ago at an event, and she was asking lots of questions and challenging him, and he thought, we need to bring her to the Athens Democracy Forum. So she's here to tell us about a research project she's worked on to use gaming techniques to get people motivated to engage in the democratic process. So here she is.
Did you know that in Greece, only 1 in 3 people trusts their government? And that figure is not much higher for the average EU citizen. In fact, within the European Union, only 1 in 3 people trusts their national government, according to the latest Eurobarometer survey. A similar study was led by the Pew Research Center, which showed that 40% of the European population is dissatisfied with the state of democracy. And that number rises up to 70% in southern European countries like Spain, Greece, and Italy. And yet, 9 in 10 Europeans, above 90%, agree that EU citizens' voices should be better taken into account for decisions related to the future of Europe. People want to participate in democracy, but the system is not designed for them to engage and feel heard. My name is Sophie Verité, and I've spent the last decade studying European politics. In fact, I just submitted my PhD thesis. Yay. Thanks. On misinformation, but that's not what I'm here to tell you about. Professor Graddon will do that in exactly 1 hour. I'm here to tell you about a very fun project that I led with 8 other doctoral researchers as part of a program called the Europeum to make democracy more engaging. So as I was telling you, we noticed that many people are disengaged with democratic processes, not because they don't care, but because they don't feel like the systems work for them. They don't feel heard, They don't feel like their voice matters. They don't really understand politics, and they think it's pretty boring anyways. So we came up with an idea to try and fix that. Have you heard of gamification? Quick show of hands. Who in the room has heard or has played Duolingo? You know, the app where the real challenge isn't learning a language, but surviving the anxiety of losing your streak? You get it. So gamification means applying elements of games, like points, levels, rewards, to non-game contexts, like democracy. It has been used in education and learning, like Duolingo, but also in health and fitness. If you use a smartwatch or a fitness app, you know that the challenge and the fun part is what keeps you going. But gamification is not just a way of keeping people engaged. Research shows that integrating game-like aspects in dull processes increases motivation, interconnectedness, and leads to better learning outcomes. Companies like Deloitte and SAP have already harnessed gamification to train their new employees. So, for example, the SAP community platform uses interactive challenges and badges, which led to a 150% increase in user engagement in just 1 year. So, could we do the same with democracy? That's what we wanted to test out. So we organized 2 pilot events, one with students in Madrid and one with policymakers in Brussels in collaboration with the Commission. We created simple games involving role-playings to come up with policy proposals that would later be fed into European Commission public consultation. And what we found is that participants not only had fun while discussing the climate crisis and social justice, but also felt included in the discussion, felt empowered to induce change, and left with the intention to connect with people and organizations outside of their little bubble. So based on this experience, we developed a toolkit, the Level Up Toolkit, a guide on how to make existing participatory and deliberative democracy processes more engaging, more inclusive, more fun, and ultimately more effective. We made actionable recommendations on how to improve citizens' assemblies, the selection of their topics, and who is there and what they're going to do and how are they briefed. And we focused on European citizens' panels because we thought that's where our recommendations can have the most impact. But the lessons that I took away from this project are much broader. We can and we should gamify democracy in so many different ways. Imagine that in addition to voting every 4 years, you get to share your thoughts through a fun app that rewards you and connects you with other citizens. You could earn digital badges based on how much you've contributed to public consultation or how much you've learned about your political system. Imagine that you could receive notifications informing you about how your ideas are followed up by politicians. Your proposals could be showcased in digital or physical exhibitions. Now, gamification is often considered in online contexts, but it should also be implemented in offline situations. In-person interactions, like what we're doing here today, tend to be more effective and valued, especially among young people. So instead of joining a conference, we could connect and debate at a festival with artists and leaders and a banging atmosphere. Citizens' assemblies and forums should include scavenger hunts with hidden prizes that incentivize people to learn about politics, culture, contentious ideas, and people on all sides of the political spectrum. So you may think that games are for young people, but research shows that most adults play video games and board games regularly. There's no age for play. It's a fundamental part of our lives. And you might also think that games are not for serious subjects, but simulations are used all the time by crisis management experts and in military trainings. It's very effective to integrate new material and prepare for unexpected situations. Now, isn't that serious? Democracy doesn't have to be dull or detached. It can be inclusive, it can be empowering, and yes, it can even be fun. That's my moment of truth. Today, we have a choice. We can play by the old rules, or we can redefine the game. With a little creativity and a lot of courage, we can level up the way we connect and contribute to our communities. Together, let's make democracy something we're all excited to play, because every voice deserves to be heard and everyone deserves to win. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sophie. And now, in just a moment, Liz Alderman, who we are so lucky to have with us. She wasn't able to get here until, well, late last night. But she's a friend of the forum, and we're happy to have her join us today. So she'll bring up her panelists on climate tech. Before that, I think we have a few videos from our students from the Global Liberal Arts Alliance about the same issue. So please sit back and watch, and then Liz, come up to the stage. Thank you.
Climate tech might help address climate change, but its impact is a double-edged knife that misses the bigger picture in the fight for our planet's future. Technologies like carbon capture are a greenwashing tool that mislead people into thinking that real action is being taken when in reality, no significant changes are being made. Further, these technologies require sacrificing nature, such as deforestation, for carbon capture plants and the use of chemicals and energy. Instead of addressing the root causes of the issue, these technologies allow us to continue with our destructive behaviors while creating a false sense of progress, and ignoring the natural carbon capturing systems we already have, like trees and oceans. If we only focus on technologies, we're trading climate change as a new way for corporations to make money, without any real change in our habits. We need to move away from only tech fixes and adopt new ways of thinking about our relationship with the planet, like the regenerative practices of the indigenous people, to truly heal and care for our ecosystems.
In 2021, Hurricane Ida ravaged the Gulf Coast, leaving entire communities submerged and without power for weeks. Despite advanced warning system and flood defenses, the storm intensity overwhelmed the region, showing that nature fury cannot be fully tamed even with modern technology. Government and individuals must act immediately to combat the climate crisis and not simply just wait for technological innovation to bail humanity out. Policy limiting carbon emission and promoting renewable energy must be enforced, while individuals can reduce plastic use, petition for change, and support eco-friendly products. Although modern technology like geoengineering hold promise, they aren't yet scalable and need time for further development. Our time to act is now. We can't simply just wait for future technology to solve today's crisis. Our future depends on the choice that we make today.
The time to prevent climate crisis was yesterday. Today, with the crisis past our doorsteps, human ingenuity offers us one last chance in the form of climate tech. In my country, India, with 120 startups, the climate tech ecosystem is transforming domains like agriculture and mobility, embracing clean energy solutions using hydrogen, solar, biofuel, all while the country remains the fastest growing big economy, lifting millions out of poverty each year. However, limited risk capital and investment remain a major challenge for India and the world at large. And so governments must champion this transition with favorable policies, R&D funding, and grants. Established industries must come together to amplify these solutions. This unified approach isn't just about technology, it's about forging a sustainable, equitable future for us all.
Great. Thank you, everybody. I just want to say, as Kim said, Liz Alderman, I'm the chief business correspondent for the New York Times here in Europe. And I have to say, every year that I come here, I love watching those student videos, because I feel like they really capture the kind of global complexity of the issues that we're talking about here at the Democracy Forum. And climate change is certainly, in my mind, and obviously in all of yours, one of the most difficult and challenging issues that is facing our democracies these days. So I'm thrilled to be here with an expert panel who can actually talk to many of the points that we just heard made on these videos. And I mean, just to sort of set the backdrop here, we know that global warming and the failure to tackle it in adequate and inclusive ways does have profound implications for democracy. The good news, depending on which side of the table you're sitting on, is that investments in climate tech have been booming in the last several years with significant results. The downside is that, as we heard in one of the statements in one of the videos, that there is a danger of a feeling that it could just be merely greenwashing, or that it can set people back in terms of enabling human beings to continue their destructive behaviors. And clearly, the message is also that we don't have strong enough policies to deal with all of this. So with that, let me welcome our distinguished panelists. You can see their bios up on the screen here, but let me start with you, Azim. I mean, this is really your thing. You are an influential thinker and speaker on this issue. First of all, just some numbers. Yeah. In the last several years alone, over $100 billion has been poured into climate tech investments. Yeah. Tell us what that looks like, kind of in the United States, in Europe, and globally, and why is that so important? What has that done for us so far?
Yeah, of course. Thank you very much, Liz. In some sense, it's much more than $100 billion. 2 years ago, the total amount of investment that went into the energy system to clean and renewable technologies exceeded the investments that were going into fossil fuels. And in 2023, it was about $1.7 trillion into renewables, around $1 trillion into fossil fuels. So we've passed that crossover point. And that brings with it some other good news. Analysts, energy analysts and renewables analysts reckon that we have probably reached the point of peak carbon emissions as a species on this planet this year or perhaps last year, and certainly at the point of peak oil demand. So all of this is quite good news. The emphasis is very, very much on the energy technologies, but of course the climate crisis is much broader than carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. There's the issues of biodiversity, of nature, of water, but it really all starts with tackling the carbon problem. And the reason is very simple. It's that carbon we emit through our use of energy. Energy is the driver of health, wealth, and prosperity around the world. If you look at the strongest democracies in the world, if you look at the countries with the highest standards of living, they all consume lots of energy. And you can't really break that link. What we have been able to do with renewable technologies is break the link between carbon emissions and the energy that is provided. We're just getting started. It's growing very quickly. So one last data point. In 2015, about 1.5% of the world's electricity was produced renewably. Last year, it was nearly 6%, and renewable installations of electricity are growing at about 30% per annum. So we are in what I would call that exponential growth phase of the technology and its deployment.
Mm-hmm. Beata, you as the chief economist for the EBRD, what are you seeing as the effects of what Azim has just talked about? And also, what are you seeing as, I guess, the risks of leaning too much on the idea that climate tech can drive us forward as a be-all, end-all solution to this problem?
Well, so everything depends what kind of climate tech we are talking about. If we are talking about better, cheaper ways of producing renewables, that's absolutely what we need. If we talk about climate tech as in better storage, that's absolutely what we need. When we get into geoengineering, that becomes a dangerous territory because we don't want populist politician to say there is no need for carbon taxes, there is no need for hard work, we will just rely on geoengineering and that's going to solve all the problems. But if I may come back to some of the issues Azim mentioned. Solar panels are very cheap. Famously in Germany, they are cheaper for households than wooden fences they install. And yet, in Europe, we have this enormous unease about subsidized green products from China. There is a desire in Europe, voiced by the European Parliament, to bring back the solar panel value chains. There are discussions about introduction of tariffs on green products from China. And yet, the Draghi report has clearly stated that Europe has no competitive advantage in producing solar panels. Raw materials are expensive, we have higher energy costs, we have higher labor costs. And it's not a sector, according to the report, where it matters very much who owns the technology. It's also not type of production that creates lots of jobs. Actually, there are more jobs in installation than in manufacturing. So how do you resolve that tension between the desire to have production at home and the need for speeding up climate change? I think that Formula One provides a great illustration how to deal with it. So imagine you are part of a Formula One team and your driver is in the lead. He is about to win the race, but his tires are smoking. Right? Do you bring the car to the pit and in this way you forego winning the race? Or do you let him win the race risking a disaster? And the way you resolve it is by having a priori a hierarchy of objective. If a priori you decide safety first, safety is the most important thing, then you make the decision in seconds. We bring the guy to the pit. And I think that's what we need in Europe. We need a hierarchy of objectives so that we can coordinate various policies. And the primary objective should be the speed of green transition.
Absolutely. And I want to come back to the issue of policy making in a non-boring way in just a few moments, but that leads me to Ivan. Ivan, you have a very interesting job. You are in Estonia, basically in charge of ensuring that a just transition happens, a just climate transition happens. Tell us what that means exactly. What is your job like? And how does it relate to the challenges that you're dealing with, relate to what we just heard our other panelists talking about?
Thank you, Liz. It's an honor to be here. Hi, everyone. So yeah, what I do is I coordinate the Just Transition Fund, which is essentially European Union's cohesion fund aimed at specific regions. So the logic behind it is that, okay, so we have these higher objectives that Beata just talked about, and the higher objective is reaching climate neutrality by 2050. Well, it's a great objective, but some regions, some people will suffer more than others in reaching this objective, right? So there are certain regions throughout the European Union, actually throughout the world, that depend highly on fossil fuels. So essentially, in practical terms, what reaching climate neutrality means for them is losing their jobs. Really, that's the most basic understanding. So what my job is, so there is this fund that is aimed specifically for regions like this to alleviate the socioeconomic tensions and challenges that they face in this transition. So it's okay, we have common targets, but we also have this fund set aside for regions that we know will hurt more than others, and then allow them to sort of catch up with everything. So that's what I do. But it obviously involves, on the one hand, it's money, right? It's a fund. On the other hand, it involves a lot of coordination and sort of selling of the transition as such. Because what we're trying to do is we're trying to make people who depend on fossil fuels for their livelihoods, and we have probably done that for generations, and they have, my grandfather, father, and myself are all working in this sector, let's say, to give that up for something that is still somewhat unclear. Why should we do this in the first place? So this transition as well, the emotional transition, the the transition of identity is also something that we have to deal with here.
Azim, both of you had a thought about that. Azim, why don't you go first, and then Beata, your reaction.
Of course. It's great to hear from Ivan and the story of Ida-Viru region in Estonia, because it reminds us this is much wider than Western Europe or the United Kingdom or the United States. I think we should also recognize in the context of the Democracy Forum that being able to participate as a citizen is closely connected to your ability to get energy, and predominantly in the form of electricity. And so outside of the richer countries in the world, the climate technologies are really, really starting to deliver because they are so cheap. And we all know that its cheapest way of getting electricity is through solar panels. So you look at efforts like Sun Culture or Acumen, who enable people commercially throughout the Global South to get their first kilowatts of electricity to run lights and fridges. That is a dynamic way.
Where is this happening? Where was the specific
throughout
example that
Africa, so Kenya, Tanzania, and a number of the other countries there. But another great example is in Pakistan. So Pakistan is not a byword for great institutional robustness and functioning polity. And as the electrical grid has come under deep, deep strain over the last years, individual homeowners and individual businesses have been buying solar panels like crazy and have been able to power their lives and therefore participate in the economy in a way that bypassed the dysfunction of the institutional arrangements within that country. So one of the reasons I'm really excited about climate tech is in the context of democracy, is that in being able to provide people with energy and electricity, you are enabling them to function as economic agents, but also as citizens. And what I love about the challenge that Ivan raises is that's all good and well, but what about the people running oil shale power stations in Ida-Viru in Estonia and elsewhere? But I want to just remind us that we are actually allowing people to participate in the most fundamental ways in the economy by making it cheap and affordable to access the electricity that allows them to become citizens and economic entities.
That's a good point, but Beata, what do you think? Is that too optimistic?
Well, I believe that Ivan's job is incredibly important, because if we are serious about climate change, we are going to need big structural changes in our economies in advanced countries. And we are going to need massive investment, and somebody will need to pay for it. Actually, at the EBRD, we did household surveys in 37 countries. We interviewed more than 1,000 households in each country, a representative sample. And what we found is that when you ask people, is climate change real? Are today's children going to be substantially affected by climate change? 3/4 of people say yes, it is real, it is happening. Only actually 1/4 of people are skeptical. But when you pose the question as an economic trade-off, should government prioritize climate or environment over jobs? Enthusiasm evaporates. And actually in Estonia, only 43% of people say yes, environment is more important than jobs. If you ask people, are you willing to pay more taxes so that the government can address climate change? Less than 1/5 of people in Estonia say yes. And actually, the numbers for Germany are quite similar, for Eastern European countries are quite similar. So if you split people into 3 groups, the skeptics, those who live in denial, the disengaged, those who believe that climate change is real, but they are unwilling to pay, and the supporters, right, those who want to do something, are willing to pay, you see that the skeptics and the disengaged account in many cases for more than half of the electorate. Right? So they have the power to influence the political process. And then when you look at who are the disengaged, well, these are people without university education. So for them, retraining, changing profession will be harder. And these are people typically in the lower half of the income distribution. So these are people who don't have the savings cushion to carry them through the adjustment period.
Yeah, I think, thank you for making that last point too, because there are people who are, willing to pay for the change and are not willing, but there are also plenty of people who are not able to pay for the change. And when we talk about, this, Ivan, you had your hand raised to respond to a point that, Azim had made. Tell us about the inequality aspect of this.
Well, there are a few things that I wanted to comment on. First of all, I'm also a believer in distributed networks, and I think it's a great thing. But we should all understand that it doesn't give the government a free pass not to think strategically about the infrastructure that they must build. So in that sense, it cannot be done so that it's going to figure itself out because the solar panels are so cheap. So well, if we have, for example, some sort of a supply chain, glitch or something, then what do we do? On the other hand, as I think is the case with, for example, mobile internet, in case of, let's say, African states as well, there was a lot of talk 10, 15 years ago that they were able to bypass the physical grid of the internet and go straight to mobile. Well, now it poses its own questions with accessing, for example, or exchanging massive amounts of data, which is important for AI. So yes, you won at some point, but now maybe not so much. The robust networks that sort of stitch our societies together, they're still important. So I think capacity building and institutions they still have a massive role to play in this transition anyway. On the other hand, what we've heard, for example, with the youth, right? So, or even what you just mentioned, I think it's still important to understand that it should be business still. So it's not all public support, public money, because public money comes from where? Taxes. Mm-hmm. Who generates taxes? Business. So in that sense, we can't really do this just by, we have no choice maybe with the huge expenditures that we have to make up front with sort of loaning it from all over the place. But still, we need to understand that we cannot do this on public sector's money alone. There needs to be a lot of private investment. And how do we support that? How do we build policies and institutions which investors trust to invest in particular localities and then help those people transition? That is a super important aspect.
Yeah, so Azim, tell us where in the world this has been successful in your view. Give us some examples.
Well, we're very early on in all of this. It's only been in the last 6 or 7 years that we could reliably say it's cheaper to build through renewables and through fossil fuels. And it has this complex characteristic in the sense that it's more expensive to buy, but it's cheaper to operate over a long period of time. And for most businesses and households, it's often that first payment that matters most. And so that's one of the big barriers to people moving, say, towards heat pumps for their heating rather than a traditional boiler. The heat pump costs 3 times as much initially, but over 10 years is far, far cheaper than running a boiler. So that is where, and I say that, Liz, just to say we haven't had a lot of time to see the changes happen. But I'll give a great example, which is in South Africa. So in South Africa, as you may imagine, as an emerging economy, the grid is very strained. There were lots of blackouts and brownouts of power. But there are lots of solar and wind resources, particularly around the Cape. And Eskom, which was the power company, fought very, very hard to prevent individual businesses investing in wind turbines and solar panels because they wanted to have a national availability and control of the overall grid. And that fighting went all the way into court until finally regulations changed to allow the participation of other businesses in the wider provision of electricity in South Africa. Now, what it doesn't do is it doesn't eliminate the need that both Beata and Ivan will talk about of government coordination and policy coordination. But what we need to do is change those mechanisms so that many, many other people can participate in this energy system. And that word participate is really important because it's not just an economic term. It is actually, it is a term that connects us to participating in our society. I mean, I see it as a cousin term to the ideas of democracy within it.
So yeah, I mean, and that actually goes back to a point that was raised in one of the video statements, this concern about corporate capture.
Right.
When we're talking about the need for more coordinated policy making, the risk is always that regulators wind up getting captured by the biggest players to the disadvantage of others.
Well, pardon me, that's what's happened in California. So in California, in the last year or two, there's been a regulatory change pushed by the big utilities, supported by the governor, that has made it much more expensive for homeowners to run solar panels. And the reasoning, you can read behind the lines, is ultimately we don't want to lose our market share.
Yeah. Beata, how do you address that as a policymaker?
Yeah, so regulatory frameworks are absolutely important. So at the EBRD, last year, more than 50% of our investment was in green transition, so that's more than 6 billion euros. But perhaps more important part of our job is helping governments improve or create regulatory framework that allows the possibility of growth of renewable sector. We help them conduct auctions, we help them think about how to deal with feed-in tariffs, and in this way we unlock opportunities not just for ourselves to invest, but also for private sector. So in a sense, what we need is government strategy, regulatory framework, we need public investment, and we need to mobilize private investment exactly as Ivan said.
Mm-hmm. Let me ask you all a question that also is an issue that came up in the video, and that is the question of, this all sounds, on the one hand, great, the acceleration of many different technologies, wind, solar, but then there are other technologies that have been subject to a great deal of concern and criticism, such as carbon capture. And going forward, or even if you take electric batteries for EVs, there's been a lot of reporting that our newspaper and others have done about the environmental damage that is done by harvesting minerals to make these green technologies. So talk to us a little, can you address the concern about the greenwashing aspect of climate tech? Because it's very clear that we do need technology to help power the way forward. There doesn't seem to be any other real solution to accelerating the addressing climate change. And at the same time, sometimes we're finding out that there's a dark side to these technologies. So can you talk about that a little bit?
I mean, these technologies are remarkable, but they're not magic, and they do require things to be pulled out of the ground. But the materiality of these climate technologies, from batteries through to solar panels, is a matter of scientific fact. It's a sort of empirically testable. And in a recent paper in Nature, the data show that the material impact of a full decarbonization of our energy system is substantially lower than the material impact of municipal waste, and substantially lower than fossil fuels. And by substantial, I forget the number, but it's more than one order of magnitude. It may be approaching 2. So the footprint is far lower than it otherwise would be. It's also going to be much cheaper. So colleagues of Beata's at Oxford University, in her many hats, she's a professor there as well, but at the Oxford Martin School last year came out with a report which showed that a climate transition of the energy system by 2050 would have a net economic effect of $12 trillion. So it's not that it would be more expensive, it's that it would be $12 trillion cheaper than a slow transition with fossil fuels, which is roughly 0.5% of GDP. So what we're dealing with is something that will have significant economic benefits on top of the climate benefits and has much lower material demands. However, and here's the however, of course there are going to be communities that are affected, and within Chile, where the lithium is harvested through those flats, There are absolutely communities that are under deep, deep stress and strain by the scale with which that industry is growing. And that's where this becomes a question of participatory democracy, of listening and hearing from those communities and figuring out what kind of settlement is needed. I don't mean an economic settlement. I mean an agreement, an accommodation. That part, Liz, is well above my pay grade. So I would turn to somebody else who can address those questions.
Go ahead, Bia.
If I may make a link to critical raw materials, as you mentioned, lithium. As you probably all know, green transition requires huge inputs of minerals. For instance, production of an electric vehicle requires a lot of graphite. Wind turbines, offshore wind turbines require rare earth, right? Now, 2/3 of global production of graphite and rare earth takes place in China. Yeah. Now, graphite was in the news last year because of export restrictions that were introduced by China in response to the US CHIPS Act that limits technology flows to China. There were other restrictions on gallium and germanium, of which China produces more than 90%. Now, why is China producing so much of that? Well, it was convenient for us to have somebody else mine and process some of these elements. Some of them come with very unpleasant environmental effects, side effects. So, for instance, rare earths are often found with radioactive substances. So they are very polluting. So, we are now find ourselves in a situation where escalation of tensions with China could cut us off from critical raw materials, because an export restriction can be introduced at the stroke of a pen, but developing a new mine takes more than a decade.
Right. And I mean, that is one of the risks that many people are talking about, actually, as trade tensions between the United States and China ramp up, and inevitably with Europe. Obviously, the looming United States election will have a very big impact on this. And you will find parts of the world that may find themselves suddenly caught short. As you said, China's the biggest producer now of many of the green technology equipment. In the example that you cited earlier from Germany, a colleague of mine at the New York Times wrote this cool story about how Germans were tackling climate change on their own by basically putting solar panels on their balconies. The way that they were able to do this is because they had become incredibly cheap because they were all made in China. And even though Germany is a fairly protectionist country, people didn't care. What they cared about was that they could afford it. It helped them lower their energy bills. But once you become dependent on a country like China and a kind of a global trade war breaks out, you're then caught in this sort of catch-22. And that's the risk that policymakers like yourself are trying to face off, head off. Ivan, you have a perspective on that?
Yeah, there's so much content, I think. Thank you. As far as going back to the question of technologies, I don't know, at least in Estonia, and I think maybe this is a good approach, is to stay technology agnostic. So we explore all options. Because we know that whenever there is an easy solution, then everybody tends to flock there and think that this is going to be, it's going to solve everything. But the reality is the climate crisis is so complex, and all medicines tend to have side effects. So in that sense, we should be really, how to say, we should be exploring all the options, because really exploring all the options is the only option that we have. We cannot go for some, or believing in like this really quick fixes. I just don't know. I don't think on a personal level, and haven't really seen any quick fixes in such complex problems actually delivering results in the long term. So I think CO2 capture should be explored. All the different aspects should be explored. It's just in the end, again, we come back to institutions and policies as to what is the wisest and the politically acceptable options to solve the issues that we have. The transition is a political process. It's a political process, and in the end, choosing the solutions, but also making sure that what I deal with, making sure that the people who are sort of in the crosshairs of this transition are not left behind. Because in the end, what they do, if they are not convinced, if we don't talk, if we don't explain, if we don't get I mean, there is never, as we all know, it's a bell curve, right? Sometimes there are 20 or 15% of people you will never get on the same page with yourself. There are early adopters, there's just bulk of people who will come when they see that their friends are also sort of, joining the gig. But there is a certain portion of people which will never be on your side, and that's okay. But we still need to make an effort to make sure that we bring people along, because the problem, and that sort of brings us to the name of this conference, is they protest via the ballot box in the end. If they're not convinced,
seeing that more and more.
Yeah, if they're not convinced, then they're going to let you know. It might take a little while. You might think that everybody is super happy about the green transition, but then at some point you realize that maybe not. So in that sense, there needs to be effort, and in a sense, it's a little bit of a messy effort. You need to go to the communities, you need to talk to them, you need to go to that mine and put on that hat, and not just for a few selfies, but actually understanding the toil and the pride that comes with, with that toil in those communities. And you need to sort of make sure that you address the human aspect of this whole thing. And probably that's what I wanted to say.
I think this is such an important point, and I would say that there are hints in certain places that the way we talk about this has changed. So 2 days ago, the last coal-fired power station in the United Kingdom, Radcliffe-on-Stour, was shut down. We were the first sort of nation to use coal as an energy system, and we now have none of it after 180 odd years. And 5 years ago, the dialogue in the space was that coal was dirty, coal has got us into this mess. And with Radcliffe-on-Stour closing, the dialogue had changed. It was, we've come to the end of an era. Coal has been an incredible contributor to human well-being around the world. We recognize the efforts of the people who brought this together. We recognize the communities, which the British state had not in the 1980s recognized the coal communities. And there was something in the shift in the tone that I noticed over how we might have discussed this 5 or 6 years ago. And perhaps it's the idea of the just transition. It's people like Ivan and his colleagues over the last decade that has us looking at these things in more human terms and terms that sort of reflect what we knew and understood and benefited from at the time.
Yeah. Let me I think that's a very important point. I did want to remind the audience that we will be opening it up to questions in about 1 or 2 minutes. So get your questions ready, put your hands up, so that we can bring a microphone to you. But Beata, let me give you a chance to respond to that.
If I may just echo what has been said. I think we haven't been very good at explaining the green transition to people, because we talk about this green future with lots of green jobs, and yes, there will be lots of green jobs, but between the green future and today, there is a transition period. And we sort of failed to mention the transition period, mention the coal mines that will have to close, mention that there are many polluting firms in your part, and actually my part of the world, in the Eastern European EU member state. Actually, at the EBRD, we did an analysis looking at which local labor markets will be affected, and lots of them, right? So we failed to reassure people that we will take care of them during the transition period. We need more Ivans.
Jesus, thank you, of
one
course.
last point,
But yeah, just
before
one
we
quick
turn it over.
remark as far as putting this into perspective. Like with my work in Ida-Viru in Estonia, which is an exciting region to start with. You should take a look at the map and you'll understand what I mean. But anyway, so part of NATO, part of the EU, all good. But anyways, 80% of the people speak Russian language, which is not a language of the EU, which means that they don't really understand the green agenda that we have. Yes, the EU speaks in all the languages of the EU, but not in the language that this specific community understands. But anyway, what I wanted to actually sort of address was, it's great to have a good plan for a green future and everything, but the oil shale worker comes to me and says, great, you're investing into factories, let's say, they're going to be done or ready in 2 years. I lost my job yesterday.
Yeah.
What's the benefit of the factory for me if I'm losing my job today? So we need to make sure that it's not a jump. It's a transition. It is going to be painful. We need to carry those people through. We need to carry those communities through. What the instruments are, I mean, it's up to each government really to decide whether it's early retirement or it's some sort of holding the older, something that obviously the, let's say, the people who are more pro-environment will not understand, but holding the polluting industries for a couple years longer so that then the transition can be easier. So things like this, these trade-offs, they need to be made. But again, they need to be explained and understood.
Right. It's an uncomfortable truth.
Yep.
Please raise your hand if you have a question. Many, my goodness. Okay. Yes, this lady in the front. Please keep your questions to the point. We don't have time for statements, so just please ask your question to the panelists. Thank you.
Well, my question, hello, my name is Valentina, and my question does need a little bit of context. So I'm Ecuadorian, and in Ecuador, we literally democratized this topic. We took it to the ballot if we want to continue with resource extraction in the Amazon forest, since we host the Yasuni National Park, that is one of the most biodiverse places of Earth. Mm-hmm. And we chose to stop oil extraction there, yet we are scared that it might be detrimental to our economy. Mm. At the same time, we're experiencing the effects of climate change since we're living the worst drought of the last 71 years. And as you said, electricity drives economic development, and we depend on hydroelectric power, so we have no electricity right now. So my question is the following: what do you propose to countries like mine, where we might not be economic power, but we're vital for our planet's health?
Yeah, that's great. We didn't even get to discuss the Global South yet, but who would like to take that?
Yeah.
Technology, investment.
I think we need a way of valuing biodiversity and sort of incorporating it in decisions and finding a revenue stream that would support biodiversity in places like Amazon forest. Mm-hmm. But the truth is, it's not easy. We are beginning to think about this now.
Yeah, and I'll add to that. Valuing nature, a carbon price, these are all really important objectives, but they're politically very, very difficult to achieve. We should try to achieve them. In the meantime, what the technology enables is it creates a little bit of space. And so, of course, the challenge with the drought, which is affecting Ecuador, is also affecting Zambia at the moment with the Kariba Dam problems. You have the cost of having energy resilience is much cheaper now than it was 20 years ago, with solar panels having dropped 99% in price. And so if you are a hydro-rich nation like Ecuador, like Costa Rica as well, and you are at risk to climatic changes like this, the cost of building some resilience has dropped significantly, and distributed resilience is a little bit cheaper now as well, which means that even if the state is not able to, perhaps with the help of aid, businesses may start to chip in.
Let's go to another question, but just to your point, I think it's a very interesting point that you make, and oftentimes the discussion is obviously sort of framed by the West, and I think it could be a whole other panel basically to talk about the Global South and the voice that the Global South has or doesn't have in this as a result of what you said. Yes, brief question, because I'd like to get to at least 2 to 3 more questions.
Hi, you just said that this could be a whole other panel, but I think that actually it's a really important part of this conversation that we're having right now. So I want to push you a little bit more on that Global South involvement. What is the responsibility or obligation of industrialized countries to help these less industrialized countries develop with green technology? Because the fact of the matter is there are a handful of the most industrialized countries on this globe who have contributed the most to climate change, and they should be the ones who are helping make sure that that doesn't happen in the future while not hindering the economic development of these other non-industrialized countries. So what are those countries' responsibilities and obligations?
That's a really important point. And it's also, that is also the subject of major political debate right now, especially in the US election. Ivan, do you want to take that?
Yeah, maybe I should comment on this, but I'll do it more as a private person, so you can take that Just Transition Process Coordinator out. But what I think is, on the one hand, we know that through the UNFCCC, we have the mechanism, right, for developed countries supporting developing countries. There are contributions, there are pledges to be made. I understand that on the next COP, this is actually something that's going to be under discussion quite heavily as to how do we up the game as far as contributing the developed nations contributing to the development of the developing nations. But one of the aspects which I think is really interesting here is that one of the reasons why this is not going as fast as it should be is the institutions, which are not really that strong. So you can give them money, and it can be spent on all sorts of great things, but not necessarily the things you give them for. Mm-hmm. So in that sense, there is this aspect, which is, again, we come back to the democratic processes, to the trust between governments, to the political processes. Okay, we can support, but we can support things which we know that are going to help you, not those other things that would be nice to do. So in that sense, there is this kind of, it's a two-sided coin, if you know what I mean. Like on the one hand, there is certain support. Yes, it's not enough. On the other hand, money didn't, end in the world. We still have it, but it's not necessarily a wise idea to give it to purposes which you cannot control, which you do not have KPIs attached to, or which you don't really trust that will be used wisely. So in that sense, I think it is a political debate. It is an uncomfortable subject, but I don't know. That's my personal take on it, at least from following the discussions.
Okay. Let me take, we're over on time, but I'm going to take liberty because we started our panel a little bit earlier, so I think we have time for 2 more questions. Yes, sir.
Good day, and thank you for your positioning. I represent Cultural Infusion Foundation. My name is Mario, and based on what discussed to your panel, I realized that you're highlighting the shifting of cultural beliefs in peoples and populations when discussing climate change. So my question goes to you, Beata. Are we thinking that supporting economically the cultural identification of how these populations feel about this transition could be a part of the funding mechanism of reconstruction and development, and not only discussing infrastructures or the actual profit, but rather engage into investment funding to realize the acculturation needed in place for them people to transition to the new beliefs? Thank you.
You want to answer that briefly?
Yes. So my institution has worked for 30 years on supporting reforms in post-communist countries. And if there is one thing we learned is that reforms never last unless they have a broad-based support. And how to get this broad-based support, it's a question people like you, people like Ivan, people like others in the audience should help answer.
Okay, I'm going to take one more question. Yes, sir. You, yes.
Thank you so much. Well, today on the panel of climate tech, we extensively talked about developments or innovations being made in the energy sector, but the fact is that it only truthfully accounts for 1/3 of the carbon emissions. So can we talk also about the innovations being made in other sectors that need to be scaled if the just green transition were to really take place?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Azim, do you want to
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. And thank you. You did the video, I think, up there. So it all starts with energy. If we want to decarbonize the cement and concrete and steel, you're going to need to electrify those processes. So the starting point to all of this is bringing down the cost of electricity, which is what we're able to do through the energy technologies. And of course, we then have questions around, what will we do with land use and agriculture, which are, in 10-15% of emissions by some measures in different ways. But the starting point always has to be with the energy technologies. The progress in the other technologies is very, very good, but in honesty, it's years away from being at the kind of scale that we can drive an energy transition in. And so in my mental model, it starts by a lot more electricity, zero carbon emissions, creating space for the industrial and agricultural transitions that you've alluded to. Mm-hmm.
Great. Well, I'm afraid we'll have to wrap it up there, but thank you for a robust discussion and robust questions. know that many of you want to press the point, so feel free to do that with our panelists afterwards. And thank you for coming. And let me, with that, hand it over now to Casper Graydon, who's going to talk to you all about ways that tech can be used to protect democracy. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Casper Graydon, and I'm really, really honored and happy and grateful for being here. It's certainly one of the very best, probably, on the Olympic podium of all of the conferences that I've ever had a chance to speak at. And I'm really serious about it. I'm not saying that just to be nice, but it also makes me really nervous. And for the people watching me online, I expect that some of my friends are watching me. This will be the first time in my life that I will be using notes, and I'm quite ashamed of that. But I'm really nervous, really stressed out, and also it will allow me to keep track of time, because I have a really bad habit of talking for way too long, and I could speak about that for many, many hours. But I will try to keep myself on the leash and just fit into the time I've got. So this conference has that subtitle of A Moment of Truth, and it's especially important today as trust and truth decay all over the world. That term of truth decay was coined by the Rand Corporation a couple of years ago, but I think that the erosion of trust and truth is the biggest problem that we are experiencing now. And disinformation that I'm going to focus primarily on today is nothing new. It's been with us throughout history, but it's definitely on the rise today. It's weaponized in hybrid warfare and asymmetric conflict, as we all know, using the best, clearest example of the unprovoked war of Russia against Ukraine. It affects public health systems, as we've seen not only recently during COVID, but even 20 years ago during the original SARS epidemics of 2003. It brings new waves of conspiracy theories, and it gives fuel to the madness of the anti-science movements worldwide. Living in that environment, especially more and more in the online environment, utilizing technology that's all around us, people are lost and confused. They start to question everything and distrust everything. And disinformation exacerbates societal divisions. It undermines trust in democratic systems of government and alliances. It leads to depolarization, and depolarization is more and more prevalent in our world, in our countries, because of the technology. And the algorithmic models that we experience while using the technology, like social media, for example, make us more vulnerable to manipulation. As we more and more often we operate as we all know, in the echo chambers and impermeable belief and information bubbles. So is there anything we can do about that? So I'm quite pessimistic about removing this information from our lives entirely, but there's certainly a lot that we can do to prevent or mitigate its consequences, to somehow diffuse that disinformation to some extent. So contrary to the title of my presentation in the program, I will not focus on technology only, because I think that we must employ a more holistic, like a multimodal approach to tackle disinformation. There is nothing like a silver bullet or a magic wand, like a tool, a technological tool that will, remove disinformation from our lives. So in order to make our work more effective, we have to apply that multimodal, holistic, and interdisciplinary approach to prevent disinformation effectively. And the first thing that I'm going to talk about really briefly is education. And I will give you one of the tools, one of the examples in a second. So, when you hear that term, especially from an academic-based person like I am, you know, okay, education, the usual suspect, a cliché and naive approach. But actually, I think it's quite contrary. I think that education, however naive it might sound, is a key to tackle disinformation. And if we do not start early, like educating people early, maybe down to kindergarten age, it's already too late. And media literacy and critical thinking should be applied from the very, very early age, like some countries, like for example Finland or Estonia, as far as I know, do. So an hour ago, Sophia raised the idea of gamification in education and in prevention, and I absolutely agree with that. So I'm just going to show you another tool. So I'm currently work at the University of Colorado Boulder, collaborating with the Center for the Study and Prevention of Violence. And this center runs several, over 100 violence prevention programs that I do my research on, trying to sort of recalibrate them from tackling violence to disinformation prevention. And one of the really interesting programs and tools that they use is called Shakespeare and Violence Prevention Tour, that addresses students from the very early age, from 3rd grade of primary school up to the end of high school, where the students learn about safe and effective intervention strategies that they can use when they experience or see injustice or mistreatment happening around them in school or at home. So professional actors perform a Shakespeare play in school, and this is followed by a classroom workshop where students connect situations from the play to the situations in their own lives. And over 130,000 Colorado State students went through that program, and the research shows a very high effectiveness of them being aware of the problems, knowing how to address them, knowing how to report them, and how to understand them. And I think that we can apply the very similar approach, especially for young kids, when we talk about disinformation, conspiracies, gossip, rumor, and those kind of behaviors. And of course, it can be culturally calibrated to a specific country that needs that, but I think Shakespeare is a really good tool regardless of the country that we are working on. So the traits of gossip and its consequences of rumor or disinformation, we can find them in Othello, in Hamlet, in Much Ado About Nothing, in Julius Caesar, or The Winter's Tale. The second, more hardline approach is regulation. And yesterday, several of the speakers at this conference raised that issue. And technology lawyers, and by the way, this is not an endorsement, but again, this is from the same university that I'm based at now, CU Boulder. They have a law and technology center called Silicon Flatirons. And I would recommend that you have a look at their website, because they offer every couple of weeks open seminars and conferences about technology law, technology regulation, disinformation, and those issues, and it's usually free. The only problem is 9 hours difference from Athens, which makes me still jet-lagged, because I came just a few days ago. But anyway, technology lawyers, not necessarily there, but worldwide, have been working on technology regulation for quite a long time. Because we all know that technology that we have today supports the spread of disinformation, so it must be regulated. And in my opinion, the technology developers and deployers have to be held accountable for the damage done with the use of the tools that they provide, and for enabling bad actors to leverage those tools to undermine democracy. This is a main theme of this conference. That's why I focus on undermining democracy, but the damage is much more prevalent, widespread, multi-level, and severe. The thing is that those companies monetize the conflict. They have financial business incentive, not in peace and order, everything is nice and clean and everybody likes each other. The more conflict there is in online discussions, for example, the better for the business model. And by the way, they actively reinforce that conflict by reinforcing information bubbles and supporting them by algorithm-fed content that we get. And to make it even worse, more and more often, corporations hijack people's minds and effectively become the governments. Or maybe I'm exaggerating a little bit, but we are, in some cases, I don't want to call names, but we are going in that direction. So some lawyers see the solutions in, for example, in civil litigations and class actions, which is hard because, like in the case of the United States, because of the federal law, for example, the Communications Decency Act of 1996 and subsequent Supreme Court rulings, but it must be changed at some stage or we are in big trouble. You know, the time is really running out, and if we do not address that from a legal and regulation standpoint to some extent, although we might think that the big tech companies will at some stage regulate themselves, but I strongly doubt it, this might be one of the plausible tools and ideas. And finally, the technology. You know, technology, information technologies are just the tools. And tools per se are beyond good and evil, so to speak. So they weren't designed, those technologies like artificial intelligence or social media, machine learning, and any other technology. It was not designed deliberately to cause harm, to hurt people. But sooner or later, somebody will find its dual use, and somebody like bad actors will hijack that technology and recalibrate it creatively in a way either unforeseen or unexpected or ignored by the creators, by the developers, and by the deployers. So technology has become recently the main tool for fueling and spreading disinformation. Of course, social media, as we all know, for a long time been doing that. But more recently, artificial intelligence and machine learning technologies with their potential to perform, for example, open source intelligence-based target selection, tailored messaging preparation, and finally, enabling for the creation of deep fakes, the highly realistic audio and video impersonation. They are becoming a viable tool for creating and spreading disinformation. But luckily, the same technology can be used to, because it's like a double-edged sword, like another cliche statement, but it's true. The same can be used to prevent, interdict, and mitigate disinformation. So we must, as let's say the good side of the struggle, harness the technology as traditional methods as for tackling disinformation, like fact-checking, is simply ineffective today because there is just too much information and too much content to analyze for human analysts. So we have to utilize technology that's available to us to detect disinformation, trace its propagation, debunk disinfo, and offer proper counter-narratives. So we are currently, my team in Warsaw, in Poland, because I also work at the Warsaw University of Technology, we work on full speed on a modular system of tools that is using artificial intelligence, data science, machine learning, intelligence analysis, and semantic analysis of natural languages for proactive detection of false information in electronic media and for tracing its routes of propagation online. The problem is that currently the current large language models are biased linguistically towards the English language, and the huge problem that it creates is for the so-called underrepresented languages, which, by the way, are the majority of world languages. So our aim is to build a model that is, as I would call it, language agnostic. So we aim for that language agnostic model that will take into account not only the linguistic features of this information, how to highlight or flag this info, but will take into account the user's interaction with the content, which is, it was proved scientifically that it's different when the user deals with the true information or false information or extreme forms of content. So how they deal with that? The graph approach we employ. The graph approach is basically, in a nutshell, how the information spreads through the network. And again, I know I'm a stupid person, but my colleagues are from hardcore physics and mathematics, and the proof that they deliver is that the false information and true information spread to the network in a different way. And finally, and I just need 30 seconds, we apply so-called multimodal approach. So we study not only the text, but also the images, video, audio, to make the better predictive model. And I hope that if I'm lucky enough to be invited next year, I will be able to present you the full working model next October. And just to finalize, for old people like me, this screen is really clear. For those of you who are younger, I strongly recommend to check out the Terminator, The Judgment Day, and especially talking about deep fakes, that What's Wrong with Wolfie scene. This is like a who knows that knows, but watch it and you will know what I mean. But I'm absolutely positive that we need to employ all those modalities, education, regulation, and technology to save democracy and avoid the dystopian future. I'm sorry for running out of time. Thank you very much for your patience. Hope to see you next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Casper. That was great. I don't need it, no. Yes, and now I just wanted to introduce Luis Villa-Herrera, who, he will correct me, who is one of the finalists for the Kofi Annan Next Gen Prize. And yes.
Hello. This is weird for me, like having the stage like that, so I'm going to be walking. My name is Luis Villa-Herrera, and I'm from the countries of wonders, because I wonder where my democracy and human rights are right now. For that, you need a little bit of context. Who here knows about El Salvador? Please raise your hand, and be aware, I'm going to ask if you raise your hand. Yeah, the room changed. Yeah, thank you. So El Salvador is the smallest country in Central America. 7 or 8 years ago, I founded an organization called TRACODA, that means Transparency, Social Control, and Open Data. When I'm saying I'm coming from the countries of wonders, it's because we have 3% of the population in jail without due process. There's people dying inside of the jails, and there's no transparency with that data. My organization, well, to give more context, they asked me, Kofi Annan Foundation and the Democracy Forum asked me to present a bright idea. And I questioned myself about the ideas that we have been implementing in El Salvador. They are good, but the people are not ready to make a change, to make a shift. The president has 90% of approval, and that data is real. People love him because he changed the country. That's true. We're safe now. But the trade-off is way too big. We do not have human rights right now. And that's the reality. And I'm saying, like, right now we are like in an upside-down world because people are rewarding far-right. People are rewarding racism. And it's crazy. We could see that in United States when Donald Trump came to power. We saw January 6th, and then in Brazil, they are rewarding those leaders. But yeah, so again, I'm into a rabbit hole about the bright idea. My organization works in 3 areas. I can disclose one of those areas because the other part is technology, and we manage databases that help fight corruption. But that part is more, I cannot discuss that. But the third part, we develop a democratic boot camps. One of the things when I started this organization, I was 17 years old. I didn't know a shiny thing about running an organization or programs. But the thing that I knew, it was that I didn't like the way that I learned at high school or even university. When the teacher comes and asks you or says to you, Article 3 of the Constitution, the rule of law, this and that was like really boring for me. I didn't care about that at that moment. And I understand that people, that kids, youth, and also adults don't care about that. Like citizens on food, they don't care about that. They care about having a roof under their heads. They care about a meal in their plate. That's what they care about. So we developed this model of democratic boot camps that basically we use the first stage of this program is a soccer game. The soccer game, we have a referee. The referee gives the rules. You have 5 minutes, 2 teams, and they start playing. 2 minutes in the game, he stops the game, and he's helping one of the teams. So yeah, the referee is crooked. And the team who is losing, starts saying like, why are you doing this? And you can see the passion within the players. And that's the moment when we start talking about, okay, but what do you think? Okay, so we had rules, no? You said 5 minutes. It's just been 2 minutes. So why are you doing this? And you can see like really, they are like very deep in it, like deep in it. And they say like, no, I'm not going to participate in this bootcamp, in these sessions, because it's not fair. And then we start talking about the rule of law, without mentioning the Constitution, for example, or the specifics of the laws, because they are not going to understand. They are going to disconnect when I'm talking about the Constitution, for example. And then we share some examples about the re-election in El Salvador, that it was inconstitutional. So that's another thing. So they start asking about their local reality. Okay, in my school, this and that is happening. They told us we're going to celebrate a birthday, but then they said, no, we do not have the money. So, but they said that we were. So they start connecting their own local reality with the rule of law, with democracy, with civic participation. And that program has been like, we spearhead that program, and we're implementing that program not just in El Salvador, but right now we're talking in the region. And we're helping with the know-how at least 12 more organizations in the Global South. And I'm done here, so thank you.
Thank you, Luis. And now it is lunchtime. So we have about an hour. It's a more casual lunch today. So it's just networking, no panel or anything. And then please be back here in an hour. We'll hear from our teens and hear all about their deliberations and what they're going to propose to us.
Ladies and gentlemen, Franklin Roosevelt once said, "We cannot always build a future for our youth, but we can build our youth for the future." During the forum, we discussed so many things, past and ongoing challenges of this planet. But what do the teens think? During the conference, during those 3 days, 45 school pupils from different parts of the world, with the collaboration of the Greek Children's Ombudsman and the ENOC, the European Network of Ombudspersons for Children, and a school from northern Greece in Ptolemaida, teens were discussing and deliberating on a topic and came up with their own suggestions and policy recommendations. Dagur, Thori, Marta, and Naya, the floor is yours.
Okay, hello everybody. How are you feeling? Very good. So, I hope you feel good today on this beautiful morning. Personally, I'm really happy because we get to talk for a large group about our future. But throughout these 3 days, we have worked on the topic of social media and AI systems, discussing about the positive relation of our democracies, but also identifying areas of possible violations of children and human rights. To this end, we've gone through several important aspects, such as their utility in building networks of communication, enhancing and boosting creativity, receiving important information highlighting young people's voice, and promoting one's work. On the negative side, though, we have discussed about fake news and deepfake videos and the risk they pose for our democracies, and also the decision of the perfection in social media and how the expectation and perfection affects our self-reflection and image. We specifically focused on influencers and the disguised promotion of products through the promotion of lifestyles and false body image. We also have discussed about the aspects of misleading voters and consumers, the ethical problem and concern regarding algorithms and the collection of user private information, and of course the challenges of hate speech, cyberbullying and harassment that many people face every day. Finally, we've asked ourselves whether tech companies operating some of the world's biggest online platforms, including Meta, Microsoft, Google, Twitter, Twitch, and TikTok, have too much power on how our democracies work, and we've contemplated on whether our states and international organizations have demonstrated enough willingness to properly regulate this field. The 2022 EU Code of Practice on Disinformation, for example, was an attempt of that nature, but is it sufficient? Next, we're going to talk about our concerns for the future, and it's really important. And Þórey, my colleague here from Iceland, we work in the same youth group. What do you have to say about our concerns?
Yeah, so thank you, Dagur. So in the process of discussion, many concerns were raised about the context of risks and factors, such as the fact that our legal systems are not adequate and fast in their response. In other words, we seem unable to keep up with the developments. The major factor of our education systems that are not properly built and equipped to help us develop the critical and emotional thinking required to address all the risks. So not learning how to think on our own feet from school can lead to easily consuming fake news, propaganda, hate speech, and inappropriate content. We also underlined many times the aspect of dopamine addiction to bubbly, pleasant to the eyes everyday content, which could eventually affect young people, making them indifferent to reality and news or real information. An important risk stems from the fact that vulnerable people that are already marginalized are more likely to be manipulated, and therefore we've underlined the importance of inclusive policies. We've expressed our concerns about the world of employment and how the development of AI systems will completely change our societies and possibly lead to an increase of unemployment and poverty rates worldwide. Finally, we've discussed about the challenge of setting boundaries within the family. Parents seem to need more knowledge and support to protect their children and cope with these risks. But now I have represented and introduced you to the concerns we discussed. So, Naya, would you like to represent our recommendations now?
Yes, of course. So, throughout our discussions, we all highlighted the need for an adjustment of our educational systems to our modern needs. And this would include, to begin with, an interactive, participatory artificial intelligence and new technologies in education, human and children's rights programs introduced in an interactive, appealing way for young people, as well as the introduction of mandatory and coherent education from an early age on emotional and critical thinking. We believe this will help us better understand ourselves and others and build empathy and a critical approach to deceiving practices, hate speech, and fake news. Encouraging more democratic participation and empowering children in our schools through pupils' councils, frequent discussions about difficult topics and taboos. Increasing the visibility and discriminated and vulnerable populations in school, but also in curricula to build resistance to online discrimination. For these purposes, the training of teachers on new technologies and artificial intelligence systems in schools staff is imperative. Schools should be able to inspire respect of human rights and promote a zero-tolerance approach to violence, not just through teaching, but through everyday practice and active commitment. To this end, it is important listening to children and allowing them to participate in active decision-making, which will gradually lead them to a healthier perception of citizenship. Ensure that professionals in school monitor the well-being of children and teachers and apply practices to address possible risks they might come up to. Finally, introducing more activities such as Erasmus projects to help children see and understand the world, focusing on new technologies and artificial intelligence systems. Moving on, we also store the need for improvement of our systems in order to make them effective in supporting families and parents in the real way. For this, we came with proposals such as introducing artificial intelligence and new technologies education for parents. This education should include understanding platform functionalities, recognizing potential risks, and learning how to report issues effectively. Parents should be equipped to support their children in navigating social media without excluding them from these networks, given that they are over 13. Applying content monitoring systems that are free and accessible. Establish a system that allows parents to monitor and identify possible risks within the social media their children are consuming. This system should respect privacy while ensuring that parents can guide their children towards safe and constructive online experiences. Now, as pleased as I would be to continue, I am very happy to give the floor to my friend Martha, who will continue to explain you the remaining recommendations on supporting families and also the regulations.
Yeah, thank you, Naya. I will take it from here. We would also recommend establishing AI online services to offer parents and children reliable legal and other information and guidance regarding violations of their rights, or for example, like where to go and what to do when a violation occurs. Online networks of parents would also play a key role in this direction. Introducing effective content filtering options, for example, educational content preferences, by implementing features on social media platforms that allow children and adults to choose the content they want, ensuring that only educational and creative materials are accessible if wanted. Supporting of social and mental health services to help them establish boundaries in families with respect for children. We also underlined the paramount importance of regulating and monitoring the implementation of provisions and codes of practice. In this light, our recommendations are the following. Establishing an international database systems agency to promote safe, secure, and peaceful uses of artificial intelligence, and to ensure that these systems respect human rights. Such an institution would also have regulatory authority. Introducing national and supernatural online safety codes, which will require social media and video sharing platforms to protect children from harmful content or face the prospect of significant fines that will also be calculated according to the net worth of these companies. It is important to introduce effective complaint submission platforms and improve the existing ones through AI. Furthermore, it is crucial to ensure access for children from a young age without the requirement of parental consent. Companies should be obligated to include disclaimers on posts that claim to provide information, but do this without verification and confirmation of the source. This policy aims to enhance critical thinking among users, encouraging them to question the validity of the information they encounter online. Advertisers and commercial practices online should be monitored properly regarding their credibility. Introduce an accreditation system that will reward service and news providers that follow proper verification procedures. Oblige companies to create separate sections for news to safeguard the distinction between what appears to be informative and what actually is. Apply AI filters for that purpose as well. Oblige companies to create child-friendly, appropriate sections with information that is adjusted to children's needs. And last but definitely not least, consult with children and encourage them to participate regarding all matters affecting them, including the digital technologies and AI. Thank you.
Thank you. So this is what we have discussed about the whole group. We are, I don't remember how many people? 45 young children, all the up to 18. What we wanted to do is, my name is Dagur.
Yeah, and my name is Thorey.
I'm Naya.
And I'm Marta.
And we want to ask if you have any questions for us or something you want to ask us.
Just a very quick question. I'm Camille Grenier from the Forum on Information and Democracy. Very quick question out of curiosity. How long did you work and how did you get to that level of expertise? Mentioning the EU strengthened code of practice on disinformation, which is something I and a few people in the room have worked for a few years. So how did you work? Because I think it's really interesting and you have a very strong policies in your hands. So congrats and thank you for that.
First of all, we want to say thank you. That's a compliment because I think many adults don't see what really young people can do. We have brilliant minds, and we can do like you can do. We can talk about our future, and this democracy forum is all about the youth as well. It's really important to think about it. So yeah, that's the answer to that question. But we all just work really well together from many different countries, many different just places, just environments that we come from, and that's probably the answer I can give you from that question. Thank you so much for the question.
Yeah, and additionally, you asked about how we jumped to these conclusions through discussion and sharing experiences and just discussion among us, which proves that we are capable of putting our minds together and just coming to conclusions, if that helps anyway.
Again, thank you so much for doing this. And thank you for the very concise and pithy synopsis. My question is, of all the things you've heard over the last couple of days, what gives you most cause for optimism?
So obviously, is it working? Okay. Yeah. Most of the things we discussed were negative, but always we could come up with something that was positive about it. Number one thing that I always noticed was how well we could work together and come up with solutions for all of these issues, that we just need your help to sort of improve and to complete in the future. So I think that all these issues that we have currently are solvable if we just work together, and these past few days have proved to us that it is absolutely possible.
Yeah, we've also talked to many people here that are in here and that have a lot of experience. Maybe someone who has the same thing I want to do in the future, and just talking to you means a lot, and just being here in the forum, when we were in the adults forum, listening to you experience people, it's really, really, really incredible for us, and we acknowledge a lot of things when you talk and so further. So just thank you so much, everybody. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Personally, what I find helpful in order to seek hope, in one hand, is that we have so clear what the problems are, so we can get a solution way more easily. And the second thing is what he said, that you are already taking us into account, and that brings me hope, because we are the ones who are interacting with social media and artificial intelligence on a daily. I mean, I imagine you do as well, but we do in different ways, and we are the ones who will get affected by it the most. So the fact that you're taking us into account through active participation brings me hope in that, in that way.
Mirto.
Yeah, a huge clap for them. Yeah, they worked really hard. It's not really. They worked really hard.
And at this point, I would also like to warmly thank Theoni Koufonikoulakou, Anna Rucci, and Vaso Gasteratu for working with the kids those 3 days. A very warm applause. Theoni, Anna, Vaso, thank you very much. We have time for one more question, probably. Alexandra.
Oh my God, you are the highlight of this conference. I have to say, I am so struck by your intelligence. Thank you so much. But I would like to ask you, if you had the chance and if you had the power to organize this conference for next year, oh shit, something's happening. Okay, to organize at this conference, Athens Democracy Forum, would it look like, and who would you invite, and what would you discuss?
Big question. Really big question. Who does? You want to take? Okay. Wow. Whoa. So, I think this forum, I've been to probably like 5 conferences before, or forums, and they don't participate just teens as much like this conference does. So I'm really happy about that. I would say have more youth come and more just teens from all countries to participate, and also just to have them talk to the more experienced ones as well more, than we did here in this conference.
And I also would like to, meet the adults more and to learn of your experiences, because you are our role models, so we really, I think we would all like to talk more to you and hear what you have to say also.
Yeah, I have really enjoyed the way we work together when creating these recommendations, working in groups, having these sort of discussions and sometimes conflicts. And I also would like to say, I feel like young people should have even more time to tell you about our ideas, because yes, we have these, but we have so much more to tell you, but we just simply don't have the time. So maybe next year create a longer panel, for example, so we could even speak for more and we could discuss these recommendations through furthermore.
But to answer your other question, I would say it's really difficult for me to tell you, because these topics that we've been talking about in the Athens Democracy Forum, it has been just the general things that are important for our future as well. So I think I don't have anything in mind that we can change for next conference, but also it's.
We
really
have a
important.
debrief session later.
Yeah, we have a brief session later, but also it's important for us to listen to you, and we learn a lot while listening to you, but it's also really important that you listen to us as well, because we are your advisors for your work when you come back home.
Last question?
Yeah, well, I didn't.
Sorry.
No worries. Yeah, pretty much I agree. I think it's very well planned, but we were lacking a bit of time. We were spinning through all of the topics quite fast. We could have dived way deeper, but it was perfect. And I've also missed interaction with you elders and your perspective. I would really love to know your perspective. Does any of you have kids? Yeah, well, okay. So being parents, I imagine you see your kids using technology, and you are also quite concerned about how this is going to develop. And I would like to hear more perspectives, like parents or maybe, I don't know, from other countries. And that's pretty much the thing I miss the most.
Yes, Farah.
Hi, I'm Farah Nairi. I write for the New York Times, which is the newspaper that this conference is associated with and organized with. And I wanted, because we've been writing about and talking about mainstream journalism and how young readers, young people like yourselves, don't really engage with it. And I wanted to ask you, and I want you to be really honest, do you read newspapers? And if not, why not?
So I'm a really strange kid. I read newspaper online though. Not I don't buy the newspaper anymore. But I read my local Icelandic paper on the internet. I'm a strange kid though, but generally. Other kids say that, but but I would say yes. But I would say all the kids that participated in the forum, we have so similar thoughts and similar things to talk about. That we talk about. Hey, I watch the newspaper as well. And we talk about that as well.
So in Iceland, we also have like a kids newspaper, or and I think many kids read that because it's like in their own language. We don't talk like the adults, and we don't. Sometimes we don't understand what is written for them. So I think that's really really cool. But
I'm sorry, but I do not read the newspaper. Why not? Yeah. You're interested about that, right? I just don't find it appealing personally. It's like a lot of, for me personally, I find it's a lot of text in one really small paper. And I think in Spain, my country, it all has just having a really dark perspective, like everything is wrong, there's this many wars and nothing's ever good. And I find it important that we get informed of those things, like the wars, the unjust things. But I'm just not about being depressed all the time. And that's my major problem with it.
So for me personally, I really like to keep up with the news, and I do constantly read news online. But the number one problem that I see is that many articles require a subscription in order to read them, so I can't have access to the news, even though I really, really want to. And I don't know if this is just an Estonian thing or is it everywhere, but I feel like it's having kind of access to what's happening around you should not be, you should not have to pay for that. That should be free for everybody and accessible.
Thank you very much for being here with us. Kim? Who's the next session? Okay.
I think she has a question.
Calypso, one more. Last question. We cannot leave you.
Thank you so much. This is the longer panel that you requested. It's going to be spontaneous here. I want to let you in a little secret. Among those of us who've been talking about citizens' assemblies, and you've heard quite a lot of the speakers mention that, and you know that my friends in the Athens Democracy Forum and Democracy and Culture Foundation were really into, organizing citizen assembly. And here's the debate we have among ourselves. A, how young do they go? So right now, our assembly is like 16, starts at 16. I'm kind of a radical, I want them to start like at 12. And the other question is, should the young citizen assembly be separate, have their own conversation, or should they be mixed with assemblies that go all the way to 100 years old? So how young should we go and how mixed should we be? What's your opinion about that? And seriously, we don't know the answer.
Okay. I really like that question. To answer the first one about the age, I think. I find it important to have a wide age range. You say 12 years, I say go for it. But don't have only 12 years old. Have 12 years old to 18 years old from different realities, a diverse group. And sorry, can you remind me the second question?
Whether we should have special youth assemblies or mix every age.
Oh, very interesting one. Absolutely do not separate the assembly. Make sure everyone is sharing different realities, different perspectives, different stories, because that's going to make it such a more enriching environment, and everyone will open their eyes and come to new conclusions that they may have not came if the environment was separated. Yeah, that's it.
So really quickly, sorry. In Iceland, I'm just going to say I love Iceland, but in Iceland we have a child forum. So we, as you were talking about, we do this. We take kids from all around Iceland, and we just random pick from each school, and we have, after the forum, we have some results, and we go with the results to the parliament, and this is something that every country needs to look at, because it's really important, and the results have been given to the parliament, and the parliamentarians have worked on the results as well.
Perfect, thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. So, over the last couple of days, we've heard about a lot of tools for strengthening, saving, fixing, rethinking democracy, right? We've talked about technology, about training, standards, about citizens' assemblies, citizen participation. So one tool we haven't talked about yet is money. And it's a big one, it's an important one. And it's the subject of this very provocative question today. Can money save democracy? And what I'm hoping to do with this panel, it's a little bit different, I think, from some of the other panels, which is I don't think the answer is going to come from the panelists. I think the answer is actually going to come from all of you, all the people who are actively engaged in this work. So the way I'd like to start with our panel, and we have you'll see they're doing really quite varied work, Nishant Lalwani, Stefanos Economou, and Emily Thielman. I'd like to start by asking each of you to describe the piece of the philanthropic world that you're involved in and the piece of democracy that you are sort of hoping to save or work with. Nishant, why don't we start with you?
Yeah, thanks, Jyoti. And just hard act to follow that last panel. I like how they called us experienced people. That's not what my kids call me. So I am the CEO of the International Fund for Public Interest Media, and we are a multilateral fund that supports independent journalism in the Global South and Eastern Europe. And what we do is we provide financial support to newsrooms who are doing public interest reporting. We also look at long-term solutions to the massive financial crisis in journalism that you heard about during the Rethinking Journalism.
And Nishant, can I ask you, and actually all of you, because I think when we start talking about billions and billions of dollars of philanthropic money, a bit of scale would be helpful here. So like, how much money are we talking about?
So we raised $60 million for our pilot phase. We've just
$60 million?
$60 million US dollars for our pilot phase. Most of that goes directly to newsrooms. We have just launched the next phase of our work where we're looking to raise $150 million over 3 years to support 300 further newsrooms. About 10 to 15% of that comes from philanthropy. But crucially, all of our early capital, when we were setting up the fund, and we wanted to do this fairly bold and ambitious thing of creating a global fund for journalism in the same way that you have Gavi or the Global Fund for TB, malaria, and AIDS. It's an ambitious idea. We wanted to give donors no say in which newsrooms were selected as grantees because we were, wanted to ensure that political and corporate influence was kept at bay. And so the first $2 million we raised was all from philanthropy, because philanthropy can actually take that kind of risk, right? It can take a long-term view. It can help create an institution that maybe can then put in place the safeguards, the board. Our board is now chaired by Mark Thompson, formerly of the New York Times, Maria Ressa, the decision-making structure, all of the policies around, transparency around how you make decisions, such that we could then raise another $40 or $50 million from public funds.
Okay. So we're going to get to some of those details soon, but let me move on to Stefanos.
Hello, everyone, and thanks so much to the organizers for the invite. It's a really important conversation, and philanthropy really matters. So just by way of introduction, my name is Stefanos, and 3 months ago I founded Emergent Sons, which is a mission-driven space for donors. And in case you're wondering where the name comes from, it is inspired by the words of science fiction writer Octavia Butler, who wrote, "There is nothing new under the sun, but there are new suns." And this I felt was important because Emergent Sons aims to inspire funders to work in radical ways. And radical does not mean extreme or fringe. Many funders understand radical as in taking on the root causes that produce the problems that we're trying to solve further downstream with funding. Radical means centering relationships and people and lived experience and reimagining the structures that generate injustice. So it's thinking beyond philanthropy as charity, from a place of solidarity and transformation.
And again, if I can ask you to give us some scale on like where you're working.
And I think that's it's an important question because I was not able to answer it yesterday when we talked about it, because where I said I started my new venture 3 months ago, but I've worked for 80 years with one of the largest infrastructure organizations in Europe, representing 200 funders. And we cannot get to this question in terms of how much philanthropic funding foundations are contributing out there, because of course there is no single market for philanthropy in Europe. Foundations come in very different shapes and forms, governed by different regulatory frameworks. So it's not an easy answer because of this fragmented landscape. But something that I feel is important also to bring here at this stage is the clarity about what we mean by philanthropy, because philanthropy has many expressions. We can talk about individual donors, we can talk about mutual aid groups, donor circles. I refer from this experience with institutional philanthropy, so organizations that are having their own resources, they have independent governance that deploy for public good. And I think it's important also to expand our understanding of philanthropy beyond money, because foundations have other assets and levers. Foundations have their endowments, foundations have their voice and how they speak and help society understand certain issues. They have convening prowess. They sit in a vantage point in a broader ecosystem so they can connect different actors. So we need to understand and bring all these levers into account, because that's also where the tension lies in the question. It's not just funding that comes with power that individuals perhaps should exercise with caution, is how they deploy all these other levers when they speak with financial elites, with social elites. So all are these ways that could potentially, but not deterministically, could contribute to exacerbating some of the tensions. But I want to highlight that from the experience of working with foundations in Europe, this is a sector that is part of civil society, is doing critical work in defending civic space, supporting grassroots movements, and this matters at this context. So we need to have very nuanced discussions about wealth, power, privilege, associated practices that can help work with some of these tensions, but keep in mind that the focus will be on strengthening and raising the bar for the sector, and not necessarily painting a negative picture because of some examples that we might have when we think about wealth and foundations in other geographies.
Okay, we're going to talk about all of those tough questions soon, but Emily, you work primarily in the United States. That world is a little bit better defined, but tell us exactly what you're doing.
Yeah, so Democracy Funders Network is a cross-ideological learning and action community for around 600 funders who are concerned about the health of American democracy. While our work is focused on the United States, we really believe that it's critical to situate what's happening to democracy in the US in a historical and a global context. For scale, we have around 600 donors, as I mentioned, and we're a combination of individuals, donor advisors, and institutions. In the United States, around 67 to 70, depending on how you measure it, % of giving is coming from individuals, which presents an incredible opportunity when you think about trying to drive more resources to the democracy space. Democracy Funders Network also was founded around a couple of pitfalls that we saw in the philanthropic ecosystem for democracy in the United States. The first is that we really strive to disentangle preferred policy and political outcomes from democracy. Because a lot of pro-democracy in the United States lives de facto on the left, these things are often conflated. And it's critical to make sure, one of the things that's happening is the term and concept of democracy is becoming politicized and contentious, which is very dangerous. So we need to build a broad ideological coalition. We need a democracy agenda that all Americans can commit to, regardless of political, religious, racial, or ethnic backgrounds. We also are organized around the principle that there's no one silver bullet that by itself will solve the challenges to our democracy. We need many different lanes of investment at the same time. And in the United States, there's a strong gravitational pull for democracy funders around voting and elections. And part of our charge is to remind them that there's other things to do, like combating hate and violence, thinking about healthy information, ecosystems, building civic education, and on and on and on.
Right. So I want to dig in here, Emily, because obviously we have the U.S. election coming up. There's not only a lot of interest in that election, but the field of funding democracy, like there really has been an explosion in interest among, let's be frank, among wealthy people, people who have millions of dollars to give, suddenly realizing like, oh, this is somewhere that I can use my money. Do you, is there a way of quantifying like how much philanthropic giving is going to that? And how are you channeling that energy and use the very polite term preferred outcome, but I would love you to sort of dig into that a little bit. Like those, I'm assuming those are some tough conversations to have with people, with institutions who may be feeling like, listen, we have a candidate who's a threat to democracy. The way to deal with that threat is to defeat that candidate, but that is not what you're talking about. So can you dig in a little bit?
Yeah, there were a couple threads to your question. Where do you want me to go?
Why don't we start with the quantifying? Like how big is the interest? How much money is pouring in here?
Yeah, I mean, I think actually there's an amount in the description of the session, so I don't have those numbers off the top of my head. I will say that, I mean, there's billions and billions of dollars here, and we are blessed in the United States with a very robust civil society that's doing a lot of critical work to hold the powerful accountable when they're violating democratic norms and practices, to build healthier democratic practices. And it's largely fueled by philanthropy. So the way that I kind of feel about it in this moment is the stakes are very high in the United States. And we need all the resources that we can have on the table to make sure not just that we have the robust, thriving liberal democracy that we want in 50 or 100 years, but frankly to make sure that we have one in 2 years. And philanthropy also has a critical role to play around experimentation. I think one of the, so there's overall numbers, but one of the things we're trying to get more sophisticated at understanding is where within this very burgeoning ecosystem money is flowing. And one thing we just did to that end is we launched a database with Impala. It's called the US Democracy Hub. It's a free to use resource for those that are working in or interested in the United States. And we've basically classed the field into 9 different ecosystems. So everything from healthy information to empowered electorate, to work that's more focused on social cohesion, combating authoritarianism. And you can look there to see it's historical in nature. So right now it just goes to 2022, but you can see how much money is flowing within each of these spaces. And I just looked this morning to refresh my memory, and one of the interesting things is there's an ecosystem around grassroots organizing towards opportunity and justice, and that's where most of the money is going. So I think sometimes when I compare notes with funders in Europe, there's much less tendency in the United States to support the health of institutions, which seems to be, I think, more popular here, and much more tendency to fund advocacy and political strategies. And there's really a lot of that happening in the philanthropic space. And you need both, but it's about balance too.
So Stefanos and Nishant, you both sort of mentioned the potential for philanthropy to kind of expand the time horizon, right? Like that thing that philanthropy can do, better than some other tools. Because you're not necessarily looking for an immediate outcome. Can you talk a little bit more about how you're taking advantage of that?
It's an important question because, again, going back to the unique role that foundations can play, foundations are not burdened by, they do not have, politicians, a 4-year or even shorter electoral cycle. Or like in business, there is not it's not you don't need to report on profits every quarter. So what in principle, there should be nothing holding foundations back from taking a very long view in terms of how they fund, they operate in these spaces. But in practice, it's more complex, and I think one of the reasons for that is because there is this horrible disease in the social space, a disease called projectitis. How many of you have heard of this disease? So this is like a trap that many funders and nonprofits find themselves in, that the ambitions of their mission and their work is to affect change at systems level, affect change when it comes to narrative, to building power among civil society. Yet the time horizons for funding are 1 and 3 year time horizons, and funding is organized, it takes the shape of a project grant, which I haven't heard many examples of organizations moving the needle when they try to do this long-term systemic work. Of course, if you're funding services or if you're doing work that cause and effect is relatively established, the relationship between cause and effect and control over outcomes, maybe. But when we talk about this space, there is a need for foundations to think beyond the grant. There is significant movement in the sector towards flexible funding to understand that projects do not exist in a vacuum, but require strong organizations and civil society. It means not just funding long-term and with multi-year unrestricted funding that also allows organizations to seize on the opportunities. When we talk about closing space for civil society, when we talk about defending democracy, these are dynamic, adaptive environments. You don't want to have an organization on the front lines being trapped in a series of activities that are predetermined. So I think going beyond the grant, think about funding organizations, funding long-term, and the other very important thing is funding through costs. Because in order to have organizations succeeding in this work, they require HR to take care of the well-being of people, they require strategy retreats, they require infrastructure, so that funders really need to pay what it takes. And now I'm speaking of funders, not just foundations, but public funders, other institutions, to understand, to look into the how of their funding and how it's so intrinsically linked to bringing, to generating the impact that they want to see.
And to be fair, I mean, there's a reason why philanthropy moved in that direction, because of an effort to kind of make sure that the money that was going in was actually effective, that it was, affecting outcomes in some meaningful way. But what I'm hearing you saying is that the kind of change that democracy needs just doesn't lend itself to that. I mean, Nishant, I'm sure you see some of that same tension, that same pressure. Like, how are you dealing with that for funders involved in media?
Yeah, I think the key is that we have to be relentlessly focused on the needs of the communities we serve. And, with philanthropy, especially philanthropy with living benefactors, there's always a temptation for the needs to be focused on the interests of the actors who are making decisions and not the needs of the benefactors, of the communities that are being served. So, a truly decolonized approach to philanthropy starts with who are you trying to serve, what are their needs, and then who are the right people to make those decisions. It may not be the program officers of the aid agencies, of the philanthropies. Especially when it comes to journalism, which is what we focus on, you need to be as close to the political context you're working in. I mean, journalism is different in each country. The information needs are different in each country. For example, our largest national program is in Palestine, where we'll be funding 20 media organizations in the West Bank and Gaza this year. And, we've set up a committee of local experts with very strong Palestinian representation to choose those 20 organizations that they feel can best represent Palestinian voices right now, which are obviously crucial to represent given the international dialogue and given the abuses of power that are happening in the region. And so, all of our regional directors are of those regions in our regions, and they're trying to make decisions about who to support based on audience research and based on the information needs that they can see in their countries.
Okay, so my question for you, Nishant, is if you're speaking to a billionaire or someone like that who can just buy a media organization, and many of them do in the United States and elsewhere. Like, how do you make the case to someone like that, instead of just buying your own, I want you to invest in this fund that will, support lots of different media organizations. Oh, and by the way, you don't get a say in what any of them publish. Like, how do you make that case?
It's governance, really. It's selling, rightly selling the arm's length relationship that donors have with media organizations as a feature and not as a bug. So, for many donors, and not just billionaires, but for many donors, being directly linked to media outlets, especially if they're foreign media outlets, can be highly sensitive, deeply political. It's quite risky. And there are many foundations that have had a lot of pushback in Eastern Europe and other places for coming in and supporting media. I would argue a lot of that support's been vital, and without that, we would be in a much worse place. But if you can say that decisions are being made by this team of locally placed experts, with a board of esteemed journalists, with a governance structure where donors don't have a say in which grantees are chosen, let alone editorial influence in the newsrooms, then I think that's actually best for donors, because they're not then exposed to that kind of political risk. I think if donors, if billionaires want to own newsrooms, that's absolutely within their rights. And I think they, obviously have to be careful about editorial influence. But I think, that's with The Intercept or The Washington Post or others. I think, that model, especially in the US, is now happening more and more, I think.
Emily, like, what's the case that you're making? It looks like you want to jump in.
Well, yeah, I just want to add one point, and I think there's been some interesting forcing mechanisms in U.S. philanthropy recently to give up a little bit of control, and some of it is about the situation that we're in. For example, there's a lot of planning related to election-related crises. Like, it happened in 2020, it's happening again now. We don't know what will happen. It's pretty inevitable that there will be some sorts of crises. Political violence, hopefully not, attempts to subvert the results of the election. And there's a pooled fund called the Trusted Elections Fund that was stood up so donors could put their money into a mechanism that was able to rapidly deploy funds much more quickly in response to crises, recognizing that not every foundation can just turn around and see what's happening on the ground and move money in that direction. There's also a really nice success story this year, because a lot of election-related funding tends to move right before the election, when everyone gets nervous, which is actually not when it's useful, because even if we're talking about non-political funding, just getting people out to vote and things like that, you need to hire people, you need to train them, it takes time, you can't just do it overnight. And there was a campaign started by a funder called the Democracy Fund in the US called All by April, that told all the funders to get their resources all out the door by the end of April. And people did. And the interesting thing is that I've had conversations with a number of funders in recent weeks where they're feeling a little bit futile because they gave away all their resources and there's still a lot of things happening. But we had some conversations early on when this campaign was being designed, and basically the choice was, do you want the rapid response decision-making to sit with the funders, or do you want it to sit with the organizations who are closest to the problems? And that's where it is right now. And so could there be more resourcing? Absolutely, but it's an interesting cultural pivot for the field.
Yeah, it's when you say pooled, what you're really talking about is a kind of collaboration that is so important and I think is not always visible to people outside the world of philanthropy. Stefanos, I know you've talked about this as well. Can you talk a little bit more about the potential for collaboration in philanthropy?
Yeah. Indeed, there is great potential in collaboration, understanding that collaboration is a spectrum, and it starts with simple things like exchanging information and then moving further along to other activities like co-funding. And in this particular area, I think it's important because in Europe, it would be, I feel like from the experience with the foundations I've worked, it would be highly unlikely to see foundations engaged in electoral processes. That's not considered a space where foundations are must help in terms of mobilizing voters or election integrity. But what is changing is issues get politicized, and there is the understanding that we don't just need technical solutions to engineer the transition to net zero side. We need political will as well. And there is, of course, a lot of fear there among funders that if we are to advocate for policies or contribute to public discussions about things that touch on policies, that starts becoming very risky because there is a risk of getting caught in a partisan fray. But there is also in the context of smaller family philanthropies, again, it's important to remember that most foundations in Europe are local foundations, are small family foundations that derive their legitimacy by being embedded in this local context. And there is a fear of individuals that they're going to find themselves getting vilified. We saw some examples. We saw an example in Hungary, not of a small foundation, but of a big foundation getting caught in politics and then having to leave the country. So collaboration, not just in terms of from an efficiency point of view, but in terms of empowering funders to be more bold, discuss and wrestle with these tensions that come with advocating for policies and defend the common good is extremely important. And one more layer maybe I wanted to bring in is that when funders influence other funders, and funders speak to other funders, so it is very important to create opportunities for exchange and collaboration, because that helps shift also the Overton window in terms of what is really impact here? How do we understand impact? Is it our impact? Is it the impact of the grantee partners? There are calls for funders in the name of accountability to attribute impact to their specific funding, which can be very dangerous to collaborations if you start making claims that it is your funding in the context of collaborative work that move the needle. And we see also a shift there in Europe, that instead of talking about impact in narrow terms, there is this more expansive understanding of impact, and that it takes collaborative approaches, and it is more, especially in interventions in complex dynamic environments where there are multiple pathways to change, that the focus should be on learning and adaptation, learning also about our organizations and are we being helpful, how can we reduce barriers. So there are all these things that are operating at the same time.
So Nishant, I mean, the way your work is structured, it really is, it's all about collaboration. Is that a selling point? Like, how are you talking to your donors about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think the main rationale which resonates is that if you look at the overall picture for democracy and for journalism, we're pretty screwed, right? I mean, over the last 10 years, if you look at VDEM data, we've gone from 46% to 71% of the world's population living under autocratic rule. According to the Economist Intelligence Unit, we've got 8% of the world's population living in full free democracies. Just 0.2% of all foreign aid goes to actually supporting journalism and media. That's $500 million a year. Right? And to compare, Russia's propaganda budget every year is about 1.5 billion. So frankly, unless we have collective action, there's no way we can make a dent in this. China spent about $7 billion in the last 10 years on buying up media outside its own borders in Africa and Latin America. We're spending, as all 33 OECD countries are spending $500 million a year. I mean, so even if we act collectively, even that's not enough. We need to do more. And we need to act collectively around the shared values of informed citizens, individual agency, holding power to account, and election integrity to actually make a dent in this problem. It is not trending in the right way.
Yeah, yeah. I know you in your introduction, you used the analogy of the Global Fund to fight TB, AIDS, and malaria. And that, to me, was kind of like, whoa, that was a really startling way to think about the problem of supporting journalism as a means of supporting democracy. Can you talk a little bit more about that? Because it's not the first comparison I would have come up with.
Yeah, I mean, we are suffering a market failure here
Yeah.
for the public good of independent journalism, right? Especially in low and middle income countries. And also, as Steve and others were saying yesterday, in local news in the US and in many pockets of the world, we are suffering this market failure. And, you know, UNESCO have said, you know, public interest journalism is a public good. And so what happens in other sectors when you have a market failure for something that's too important for your society? You have states step in, you have philanthropy step in, as the Gates Foundation have done, for example, with the WHO and the Global Fund, and you try and repair that market failure. You also make sure that millions or billions of people are not suffering unduly because of that market failure. And we saw this with Gavi and COVAX during COVID as well. And yet, journalism, which everyone agrees, I'm sure in this room, but even more broadly, is crucial, is getting very, very little support. Not just from foreign aid, the states I mentioned, but even philanthropy. Just 6.2% of all philanthropy in the information integrity space is spent in the global south, right? 83% is spent in the US. So really, journalism is not getting enough recognition as a public good. And of course, that's because historically it's been profitable. But that's changed, right? Global ad revenue for newspapers gone down by 2/3 in the last 5 years. Sorry, in the last 10 years. Half in the last 5 years. So, the dot-com boom was a long time ago, and we need to start acknowledging that if we want this public good to survive and to evolve, if we want to invest in ensuring that AI is a boon and not and doesn't undermine public interest journalism, we need to invest a lot more money in it.
So now one of the reasons why the Global Fund analogy works, though, is because philanthropy can address a market failure when you're not looking for new technology to fix this problem. We know how to do journalism, right? Like, it's a sort of known intervention, the same way that with TB and malaria, less so AIDS, but certainly now with AIDS. Like, the interventions that you need. It's a matter of kind of addressing the market failure. But with democracy, it's not only about the known solutions. Philanthropy, from understanding your work, can also foster experimentation, innovation. And I would love to have you guys sort of talk about the ways that you've seen that. Emily?
Yeah, I mean, I think so we have quite a bit of clarity about the problems, but we don't necessarily deeply understand the problems. This is what makes them complex. And even, like, to give an example of the space in the US to reduce toxic polarization, which is an enormous issue that's causing all sorts of other issues, there's a lot of turmoil about what works in that space. There's been an explosion of organizations that do bridging work, and there were just a couple pieces that came out in the last week that was basically calling into question the efficacy of a lot of these really popular programs, and that continues to come up. I saw another piece by Dr. Rachel Kleinfeld recently that was drawing people's attention back just to social contact theory, which is like getting people to work together as equals on a shared goal, towards a shared goal, like very simple tenets. That actually does have some research basis behind it. So there's a lot of open questions about what works. And one of the things that I think is interesting in the United States is because we have 50 states, we essentially have 50 little mini learning laboratories. And if anyone heard Rob Ritchie last night talking about ranked choice voting, like, there are some voting-related reforms that can be tried at the state level that would never be tried nationally in the same way, but we can learn, like, this works in this particular context, and then try something and scale it. And so there's an incredible need for experimentation, and a lot of our charge as a learning and action community is to help funders. It's okay to have focus, but you need to be attuned to the broader ecosystem in which you're sitting, and to be asking these critical questions, and to be questioning your assumptions about what is most effective.
And what's the role of philanthropy there? Is it to actually fund, like, an experiment with ranked choice voting, or the research? Or
Philanthropy will come in and fund the pilots and the tests. I mean, again, this is mostly nonprofit organizations doing this work, but they are fueled by philanthropy. to give another example, I'm working with a group of funders in the United States that's interested in doing more pilots around citizens' assemblies, which I know are very popular here. They're mostly unheard of in the United States, with a few exceptions, but there is growing momentum to pilot and test, and in this case, it's like, we might know what works in Europe, but the US is a very different context, and what works in Oregon might not work in rural Texas, and so there's just this constant need for iteration and experimentation.
Stephanos, are you seeing some of this experimentation?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the experimentation also is linked to the unique value of philanthropy, that other than just being catalytic in terms of crowding in other forms of funding, because philanthropic funding in and of itself is not enough to solve alone and should not even try, as we've discussed, to solve some of those issues. But there is value, again, in this demonstrative leverage, to put it this way, that foundations come and act as the risk capital of society to show a different way of thinking or a different way of acting on a problem, expecting that other actors might come into scale. There is also the conceptual leverage we should talk about, and Emily touched on that in the sense that we need to question the assumptions also. And I've heard many foundations also in thinking about their work, and especially in context when we see closing space for civil society. What did we get wrong? What did we leave out of our initial conceptualization and analysis of the problem? Is it, why, if these blind spots existed, why is that? Is it because people with lived experience missed, or is it that we subscribe to a certain ideology that ruled out a set of other options? But I think, again, talking about citizen assemblies, for example, it is, sometimes there is the default setting of looking into funding familiarity and what already fits, what exists already in the grant-making portfolio, the typical nonprofit. But some of the solutions will come from citizen assemblies, from community land trusts that help reimagine property in a different way, will come from data trust, types of organizations that do not look like the familiar nonprofit that falls in a box that will sail through a due diligence process. So foundations need to spend also, I think, more time on this, like how do we understand and engage different types of organizations, because innovation will not look familiar in many examples.
So you mentioned the closing space for civil society, which I know is a topic of a lot of concern in many places, like certainly in Asia, in Europe. It's starting to become a bigger concern in the US too. Emily, are you seeing people kind of observing what's happening in other countries and being more attuned to the possibility?
Yeah, and I would say it's a little more than observing what's happening in other countries, because we are starting to see closing civic space in the United States, and it could get a lot worse. And so there's a lot of funder attention to this, a lot of civil society attention, and the phrasing we've been using recently is like, how can we make sure that people are able to stay safe and effective? So first, safe from physical threats, from cyber threats, from just the fear of acting in the public sphere, and able to continue to do their work. And there's a lot happening there to make sure that this robust ecosystem of the pro-democracy movement can continue to operate.
Nishan?
I think part of the reason why this is happening all over the world is because we've essentially outsourced the rules of public debate to tech platforms. And even the rules of electioneering to tech platforms. Certainly that was happening 2016 and 2020. And now the EU and various other regulators have started to wake up to this. I think some of the more interesting work happening in philanthropy right now, which some states can't do, is efforts to regulate tech platforms. Because Luminate, Reset, and other foundations are actually looking to see what rules should be for algorithmic transparency, what rules should be for countering hate speech online. We saw the effects of hate speech in Myanmar, for example, and in many other, our board chair, Maria Ressa, has been subject to a great deal of online abuse via Facebook. So I think there's a shifting tide to realize how the tech platforms have had a massive impact on debate, on the public square, on closing civil space. And we have to ensure that changes if we're going to reopen that space in the future.
So I wanted to also, again, in the spirit of kind of challenging all of you, we talked a little bit yesterday, Stefanos, about the example that I think perhaps at this point, the philanthropic world has observed what's gone on in the conservative, not just conservative media, but conservative philanthropy, really, like the way that they have used that long-term time horizon to kind of affect political space. I mean, some of them define the work that they are doing as preserving democracy, open, keeping open civic space in a certain way. Like, what are the lessons that you feel the world of philanthropy has drawn from that experience?
Really important question. And again, I think within the European context, we might not be using terms as conservative philanthropy or liberal philanthropy because there are such binaries, perhaps, such binaries that don't exist in foundations, again, understand their role differently. I think lessons learned from the experience you're describing is, again, the importance of funding people, funding ideas, funding long-term without any strings attached because change takes time. I think this is, this stands out, but again, we don't want to be in a situation that private individuals battle it out, or I don't want the message to be that there needs to be a counter force to that example.
You're a billionaire, my billionaire.
So there is a need, and again, in Europe, we see that there is very strong understanding in terms of what are appropriate roles for funders, what is public, what is private, self-regulation that we see from foundations, leading the way in terms of asking, drawing the lines in terms of what is okay, what is not okay, because in the end, it should not be about individual actors deciding and having so much power over democracy. And I think one last point that I wanted to bring is, I think it ties into the question, is the point of power and privilege, because there is, again, this recognition that democracy is eroding. The world is on fire. We're crossing planetary boundaries. Inequalities are increasing. And the far right is marching in Europe and is completely normalized. So if anyone is not feeling the fires of these flames, it's because privilege protects them. And there are some structures that protect people from that privilege, from the reality of facing the fires. So I think the one message that, again, it's not an indictment, but a call for heightened responsibility is to act courageously in ways that are commensurate with the challenges that we face, and really make sure that we fund as if the world depends on it, because it does.
Well said.
So before we open it up to questions, and I know we have lots of experts in the room who will have questions, I was hoping to just ask each of you to leave the audience with either an answer to this question or a way to think about it or a provocation of your own. Can money save democracy? Emily, do you want to start?
I'll just respond to one point Nishant made and one point Stefanos made. So I think Nishant was talking about the limited funding to the information ecosystem field. And overall, really, I feel like that's true. And nothing is as resourced as it needs to be. There's both a need to be more strategic in this space, but also a tremendous opportunity to bring more donors into caring about democracy. And one of my favorite types of funders to work with in the US is the funders that come in because they care about other issue areas. They say, I'm a health funder or I'm a climate funder, and I realize that I can't actually do any of my work if the whole democratic platform through which we make policy and decisions is broken. And I think there's a really powerful case to be made there, and that's probably a transferable point beyond the United States. And then in what Stefanos was saying about putting out fires, I think that we're trying to hold right now both the doom and gloom putting out fires, which needs to happen, unfortunately, and the need for joy in combating authoritarianism. Like Ruth Ben-Ghiat has written about this. And it's coming up in the Kamala Harris campaign, but there is a role for imagining the better futures for democracy that we really want to be aspiring towards, instead of just always having these conversations about the doom and gloom. And I'll harken back to the youth panel. It's like, don't want to read the newspaper because it's depressing. Like, it's true, and that's not what motivates people in the end. So there's really a strategic value in thinking about that motivational future that we're actually striving for, instead of what we're just running away from.
That's great. Nishant, any closing, something you'd like to leave the audience with?
Sure. A lot of funders and actors find it difficult to support democracy. They don't know really where to start. And I would say that start with journalism, and preferably our fund.
Right.
And I say that not purely selfishly, but I say it because an investment in journalism is an investment in fighting climate disinformation. It's an investment done right in giving young people a voice. It's an investment in election integrity. And it's an investment in creating the right kind of social fabric and representing our citizens. So, I would call, like, as I said, money isn't increasing in this space. Can money save democracy? No, but we can't save it without money. So journalism is a great place to start.
Stefanos, what's your answer? I know you've been very thoughtful about the caveats, but what's your answer to this question?
So I think we'll need to rephrase the question. So instead of asking, can money save democracy, is how do we empower philanthropic assets beyond money in a holistic way, work with other sectors to affect long-term solutions and plural strategies, not, again, one size fits all. It's not a silver bullet. We're looking into very complex things. So uplifting examples on collaboration that Emily mentioned, and the need, again, for a plurality of approaches and not looking for something, a single point solution in a complex system, are things I take away from Emily and Nissan. So let's rephrase the question maybe and continue the discussion.
Okay, so why don't we, start here. We've got questions in the back. I don't know where the mic is. All right, here we go.
Thank you. This is a question for Nishant. I think the initiative of the International Fund for Public Interest Media is incredibly important. The question I have is, how are you going to ensure against state capture around your investments in these markets, where often there are bad political actors?
Yeah, it's a great question, and we're seeing a huge amount of state capture and foreign interest capture of media. In South Africa, for example, been a huge influx of Chinese money over the last 10 years, the same in other places. So I think, the reason why state capture is happening is for two reasons, I think. A is because, autocrats have realized that media is actually a really cheap asset when it comes to controlling political influence. And that's because media isn't valued particularly highly because it's not profitable. And then the second is because there isn't independent money that's able, unless you have a benevolent billionaire, there isn't independent money able to support editorial independence. So we're actually trying to solve both of those problems. On the latter, it's fairly obvious we're putting money in, and we're trying to protect from hostile takeovers. In terms of the business model of journalism, I disagree with you a little bit, Jyoti, in terms of, you said earlier, we kind of know how to do it.
Right.
I think we can do a lot better, especially there's many places in which there hasn't been investment in tech in journalism, there hasn't been investment in diversifying newsrooms, so there's more women, there's more young people in newsrooms, and we can actually make audience engagement a lot more, we can invest a lot more ensuring that people are reading the news and valuing it, and in some places willing to pay for it, or that the business model for news is improving. For example, one of our grantees, Daraj in Lebanon, they produce investigative journalism in Lebanon, and what they've started doing is writing scripts based on their stories and selling them to streaming platforms. Now, that's not everyone's cup of tea, not every journalist wants to spend their time doing that, but it's a really important source of revenue for them, and they're able to use our grants to experiment with it. And maybe the job description of journalism is changing in some places, and you need to diversify your revenue streams so that you're less immune, or you're less dependent on external capital, even whether it's benevolent or whether it's from state capture.
That's a great point. I think Lauren, you have a question?
Hi, sorry, I wasn't sure if there was a mic being passed.
There,
Okay.
yeah.
Oops. I can talk loud, but hi. So one of the most common counter arguments when it comes to democratic philanthropy is the idea that money is inherently giving people a voice, right? So therefore, if you have money, you have more of a voice than others, and it brings up these questions of how democratic can democratic philanthropy be? So if, let's say, someone runs an organization that is pro-democracy, how can they keep that in mind when receiving these philanthropic funds? What strategies can they take to preserve their values of equal voices?
That's a great question. Is that something that comes up as you're advising donors, Stefanos, or?
Again, there is not one piece of advice or answer. There are different elements. So I think embodying democracy at an organizational level is important, and it can show up in many different ways. So I would mention, first of all, engage with this conversation, as we've seen many foundations doing. Not engaging with this conversation is not an option, and finding thoughtful, meaningful answers. I would talk about transparency and governance. We see foundations asking for nominations and applications in terms of having their communities and grantees and constituents represented further upstream where decisions are being made. We see a movement towards participatory grant making and practices, so decisions are made by the people that have most direct experience with certain issues and face the flames. Again, there's a whole set of practices in terms of deep listening to grantee partners, in terms of aligning assets and ways of working with the mission. So there are a lot of different things that foundations can do to engage constructively with this tension and not have them in a deterministically way, undermining democracy, because again, foundations are part of civil society and have a critical role to play in strengthening democracy in the civic space.
Okay, I see a hand raised in the back there. Can you stand up and then the mic will come to you? Yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Khaldun. I feel very inspired by your talk. And I just want to comment on a topic that came to my mind while talking to Nishant yesterday. I come from the heart of Europe, from Germany, and from a specific place, East Germany. And I am very happy that I got to meet my parents, both of them, because the dictatorship of the GDR collapsed. And so democracy is very close to my heart. And what I realized is a certain gap when it comes to philanthropy with regards to Germany. As Germany is seen as a developed economy, we do not see the difference between the former GDR, a former communist system, and the fact that only 7.4% of all foundations in Germany are actually situated in the East. And now we currently have the situation that 30% of votes in a lot of states during the elections got to right-wing extremist parties. And what we see right now is an attempt also by, let's say, West German foundations to support structures in the East. And I think that's a good thing, and they should look for people that know the structures there, know how the culture, also the democratic culture developed there. And I just want to emphasize that Germany plays an important role not only in the future of democracy, but also in the future of Europe. And I just want to sensitize everyone that it is also important to invest there. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So I think if there's a question there, I think it's something really about the importance of that awareness of domestic philanthropy, even as we're talking about the global issue of democracy. Is that something one of you would like to address? Stefanos, his question was about Europe, so I'll throw this one to you.
I can't talk about their German funders in the room, so perhaps a discussion can continue, but maybe on the importance of creating infrastructure and domestic funding scenes. We've seen that in places as diverse as India or Georgia, what happens, how easily the closing space for civil society can have an impact on the operating environment. So one lesson maybe and one advice is for funders, again, as part also linked to what Nishan said about localization and working close to the ground, is helping support and strengthen strong domestic funding scenes that when crisis comes and the civic space might be further constrained, there are actors that can continue the work.
Yeah, there's just two things I'm taking away from that comment. One, I think, is it's always important to think about philanthropically underserved areas within one's geographic area of focus. And like in the United States, for example, the American South has some of the most anti-democratic practices in the country, but because a lot of those states are less relevant in elections, and have less resources to begin with, they're very philanthropically underserved. And then second, this is why it's so critical for us to do this international comparing of notes, because we really need a broad coalition of folks who are working on this in different contexts, because the fate of Germany is intertwined with the fate of the United States, with the fate of other countries, and we just really need to be thinking across boundaries in that way.
Okay, it's a perfect note to end on. Thank you, Emily.
Thanks, Jyoti.
So we have our final Tools of Democracy tutorial. Please give your attention to Nicole Klebe, a really incredible young woman who I met about a year ago, I think. She works for Bertelsmann Stiftung, and she is working on ways to motivate young people to vote. So please give her your attention.
So first of all, hi everybody. I'm very happy to be on this stage, and first thank you very much that I have the possibility to be here to the Athens Democracy Forum. I'm not used to stand in such like a huge crowd, and normally I'm not standing alone. Usually I take a bunch of young people from youth organizations with me, and I'm the one introducing them, and then I step aside. And that's kind of the role I normally have. Because we as Bertelsmann Stiftung, or Bertelsmann Foundation, I stick with the English so everybody understands it, we have a new approach, and that's the thing I wanted to tell you about the last few days, and I'm actually very happy that I'm one of the last speaker today, because you actually saved me a lot of time. I don't have to argue with you that young people have a voice, have made their mind up, and are extraordinary experts in their fields. I think everybody noticed that. We started off on Tuesday with the young students who actually challenged a lot of our experts on the stage, which I find very marvelous. We also had like Nikki standing her ground for citizens' assemblies, and we had like yesterday Omar, who shook us up a little bit, inspired us, and also brought us to tears. And I think that are extraordinary examples for young people who should get the power to speak their mind on the same level as we as experts, foundations, politicians, and everybody in this room is. And I think that's something we should definitely take home with us. And I'm very happy that I don't have to do that in the depth I originally planned, so I'm not sticking to my notes now. And we as foundation, we started in the beginning of the year and noticed like, okay, we didn't have planned something for the European elections and it's coming up, and last time not like 1 out of 2 young people under 30 just voted for the European elections in Germany, and that's a shame. But that's not their fault. It's ours as persons in power, persons who are responsible and should lead instead of just telling them what to do. And I really want to tell you a little bit about the approach we had. We started like 6 months before the elections, and that's a very short time. So everybody who tries to do a project, that's very short. We also didn't have that much of a budget, and our approach is not to create ourselves, but ask the experts. So we asked the young people. And we developed a network, it's called Now Europe, and just gathered a bunch of young people who have websites, of course, but we also know, because as you see on the screen, I'm also in a youth organization myself, so I'm very known in the youth community in Germany. So I just took the phone in the hand and called a bunch of young people, like, have you something planned for the elections? What's going on? Like, what's your approach? And then we just gathered them. We just met and I listened and I pitched it to our board, our members in the foundation, and we came up with the plan. Let's just treat them as experts, as the ones in the field, and we are just the door opener for them. And that's kind of our role. So it worked quite well. And I want to tell you a little bit about a few of the examples we have. We had young people who came up with a plan. They wanted to go in schools because the youth is the easiest reachable generation, because they have to stay in education for at least a few years. So they don't have a chance. They can sit and listen and sleep in the background and scroll on their phones while somebody in front is talking, as like normal people do in conferences and speeches. And young people aren't special at that too. So you notice directly if they are turning their heads down, then they're scrolling, they're on TikTok, and they don't listen anymore. So the approach isn't that I'm going on stage, even though I'm quite young myself, but we take 16, 17, 18, 19-year-olds from youth organizations, and they go inside the schools. They do workshops, they came up with a whole plan how they wanted to do that, and we just a little bit challenged them on that, like, have you thought about which material you want to use? Do you want to make like papers, or do you want to make a presentation in the end? What do you think? And help them a little bit develop their program. We also get them in contact with experts. So if they wanted to talk about European foreign policy, that's nothing you can learn from one day to another, and they probably aren't even that interested in the topic themselves. So they need somebody a little bit helping them along. So we get them in touch with known experts, some of them also here in the room. So that's something we as foundation, we know people. We don't just have money, as we heard, we also have a broad network we can use, and we try to use that for them. Also, schools don't get access for everybody. Like, you can't just call them like, I want to do a workshop, just give me a space. Then they say like, who are you? Why should we? So when we as foundation and known in Germany call them, they actually listen, because they know us for so many years. And we were able, like, we planned for about 12 schools. We reached about 45, and we had a list going way longer, but the youth organization didn't have the capacity in that short time period. And they went there and they showed the teacher the door. That was kind of the first thing they did. Because if you want to get into democracy, it isn't about the democratic process itself. Like, I think most of us in this room aren't that excited about laws, I think. At least I'm not. The thing that gets us passionate about democracy is the feeling of democracy, the ideal behind it, and the emotional connection to it. And that's something you don't learn in books. That's something you have to experience, you have to live it, and you have to have role models who also help you experience it. So our young people got into the schools, showed the teacher the door, and just said like, okay, we are like 18 ourselves, we are also the first time voting this election, and we want to talk with you about democracy. Then half of the room already slept. So they started a little bit more in an engaging way. So they did games, and they also played role plays, and they had also a big group of, I call it fuck up night, but in the daylight. So they sit together and were just like, why aren't you interested in politics? Why don't you read newspapers? What's happening there? And when the teacher is out of the room, they open up way more because they don't feel the pressure of getting bad grades if they don't remember how our system works. Or if they say, I absolutely hate newspapers, then the teacher is not going to judge them because they didn't hear it. But the young people, they understand. They talk the same language. They can refer to TikTok memes and other stuff the younger generation knows, and I'm already behind on that, and I'm just 27. So we have this better connection there. And just to enable young people to speak amongst themselves, and then also in other events, we had like a second part on that, events where they meet and talk with politicians. And I want to emphasize the with, because most of the time young people are able to attend certain events, but they sit in the background, they are able to ask a question, and they had to listen, but they aren't really seen as part of the population. And if we talk of democracy as power to the people, and power from the people, then it's people, not older people or people above 18, it's people. So we, as Bertelsmann Foundation, try to advocate that young people are seen as experts themselves, are getting the right spot at the table, at not the kids' table, rather than the actual table with everybody here in the room, as the Democracy Forum showed us so good. And that's the approach we take. We reached about 45,000 young people in just those about 6 months we had to prepare. And it was like from smaller things, young people organized like little music festivals in their hometown, or pizza in a bar and some beers. And they talked about politics just because they wanted to. And they came for the free pizza, but they stayed for democracy. And in the end, we all had like a big festival. One organization was able to get the European Youth event, which some of you might know, to Berlin. And we had about 1,500 young people all over the world coming together. And it was all done just by this youth organization themselves. We helped them along, like asked them, do you want to have some politicians there? They were like, yes. Can we have maybe a member of staff of some of the parliamentarians? And we were like, why are you aiming so low? Why don't you want the politicians themselves? And they were like, yeah, they always ghost us. We don't ever get an answer. And I was like, no, we can help. Like, I asked my colleagues who are working in Europe, so we just came up with an email, just wrote like, yeah, you maybe missed the email, but there was a youth organization asking you to participate. I think probably it's getting a junk ordner, so would you mind like looking it up? And we also put the youth organization in CC as well. And then they got the answer. So in the end, it's not about talking to young people, it's talking with young people to get them emotional. And one group of those young people we brought from the schools to the European Youth event actually tattooed themselves in the end with the European flag. And I think if you are so committed to the thought of Europe, to the thought of democracy, that you actually paint it on your skin, I think that's the commitment and the willingness to fight for democracy we actually need. And I think it's better if they develop it among themselves and are treated from us as experts. And I want to close, I'm not sure, I've got 20 seconds, but I want to close with Obama. I'm sure everybody knows him. I had the opportunity last year to attend a speech of him in Berlin with a bunch of other youth organizations, and he was asked why he is hopeful for the future. And we had the question with the teens as well. And it really stuck with me what he said. He said he's hopeful for the future because of young people. They know what they want to do, and they just need the possibility to do it. And he ended, and he said he just is able to do it because he isn't president anymore. He said, we as older generation just have to remind ourselves to fuck up and get out of the way. And I really like this sentence. It really stuck with me, and I always quote him on that. So thanks to Obama, and I hope it sticks with you as well.
Thank you, Nicole. And indeed, we have a lot more work to do on youth engagement, and we're staying the course. And now our next conversation is going to happen in French. So for those of us that need translation, there are headphones. As Kim said to us this morning, the Athens Democracy Forum is a journalistic enterprise. So in the spirit of democracy, we invite speakers that we agree with, but we also invite speakers that we disagree with, sometimes that we strongly disagree with. And we do this in the spirit of gaining better understanding, in the spirit of dialogue. Now, the next two speakers are two people that have very different opinions, but we are very interested to see what transparent, straight dialogue will create. So I'm talking, of course, about Roger Cohen, our longtime host of the Athens Democracy Forum and Pulitzer journalist winner for the New York Times, and Jordan Bardella, and I invite them both on stage in conversation. Gentlemen.
Good afternoon, everybody. As Achilles Saltas, the heart and soul of this forum, just said, I am going to pose questions to Jordan Bardella, who needs, I think, no introduction, in French, and you will have simultaneous translation. Bonjour, Monsieur Bardella.
Bonjour, Monsieur Cohen.
Bienvenue dans cette conférence.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bardella, and welcome to this conference. Unlike many French leaders that have attended the so-called grandes écoles, you have lived in Saint-Saint-Denis, which is on the periphery of Paris, surrounded by immigrants, mainly people from Maghreb. This is where you grew up. Now, based on this experience, what led you to believe that there were way too many immigrants in France? Now, how much time do I have? Well, a little bit. Thank you for inviting me. I'd like to thank the organizers and thank to the New York Times team for giving me the opportunity to present my thoughts. As you heard in the opening words, we might not always agree, we might even strongly disagree, but this is exactly what makes a democracy very strong. This is why democracy is important. We live in a continent that gives the opportunity to many voices to be heard. And this is the opportunity we have today in the birthplace of democracy. I started very young in politics. When I was 16, I joined the National Rally. It is true, as you said, I grew up in Saint-Saint-Denis, a French department that is still very much still suffering very much by these communities' growth, by Islam, the growth of Islam, and the creation of several opposing communities. Now, I myself am not full-fledged French. I came from immigrant parents that at some point left Italy, the grandparents, that is. Now, obviously, these people came to this country and by respecting the country that hosted them, eventually became French citizens. There are lots of people from Maghreb that followed the exact same course and therefore are full-fledged citizens. Now, I believe that immigration is a major challenge for our European societies. We are a continent that numbers 450 million inhabitants. On the other side of the Urals, we have some billion inhabitants. To our south, we have Africa that has a demographic explosion. We know that migration flows, as we've known them in Europe, are a source of worry for a number of people, a number of parties. I believe that this issue must be tackled, and I believe I have the right to question the immigration policies of my country without being always labeled as extreme right or populist or whatever. I do not want my country to disappear. I want France to be proud of itself. So what you're saying actually is that these migration flows, mainly of Muslims, have not tried as much as other people did, including your own family. And as they did not try to become full-fledged French, this is not acceptable. Now, look at what happens. The people that came to France from our former colonies in the early 60s, early 70s, these are people that are full-fledged French citizens, and they themselves are worried because they no longer recognize their country. Now, you talked about France disappearing, but France does exist. Yes, it is still there and it is changing, but the question is whether it is changing and becomes better or becomes worse in this change. Now, I've talked to a French citizen of Algerian origin who told me, I left my country in the early 70s because I was fleeing from this militant Islam that existed back home. And this is exactly what I'm seeing now in France, and I'm worried. That's what he told me. Now, in a few days, there is the first sad anniversary of the Hamas attack on Israel. Unfortunately, the same mentality, the same ideology exists in France. We have this Islamic ideology that appears in France. All these people behind it are those that want to impose on the French society something that is totally foreign to our country, to our values. Now, we have a lot of Muslim French citizens that fully respect our laws and our habits, but many do not. The party that was led by Jean-Marie Le Pen was a party that actually questioned history itself. It was clearly anti-Semitic. It was even questioning the harshness of the Nazis. Now, you say that was your ancestor, if I may put it this way. Now, you say that your party has changed and that is no longer the same, that you are no longer racist, you're not anti-Semitic, and so on and so forth. Now, you know that a lot of people believe you are xenophobic, you're ultra-nationalist, etc. Have you put away your past? Really? Now, I don't think that a party in France can receive 37% of votes by being anti-Islamic, anti-xenophobic, being xenophobic, anti-Islamic, anti-Semitic, etc. You see, I remind you that the Nazis got exactly the same, if not more, percentage in approximately 100 years ago. Well, I may agree on the numbers, but I'll remind you that a lot of people vote for our party because they believe in our values. I was born in '95, and let me tell you that I feel nothing in common with Jean-Marie Le Pen and his ideology. All political parties have the right to evolve. That's what I believe, and this is what we have done. Now, we have the Socialist Party, just to give you an example. President Mitterrand, that was elected in 1980, and he served as a president of the French Republic until '87. He was issued from the Vichy regime and Marshal Pétain, the four people who collaborated with the Nazi invaders in France. So that particular evolution was acceptable, and ours isn't. I believe that we also are have evolved, have changed, and we're ready to open our arms to anybody. Is it xenophobic? No. I have the right. I must have the freedom to criticize the immigration policy of the current government without being labeled xenophobic. I believe that if 60 to 70% of French citizens consider that we have too many immigrants and these huge numbers are bringing upheaval in our society, well, they have the right to say so and to protect their culture and their identity. And this is what I believe. To be patriotic does not mean necessarily to reject the others. It means that one is at the service of his country. I believe in this country. When my family came from Italy in the early 60s, they tried to serve their new home. Many people do not no longer do it. Now, you say often that immigration is equivalent to violence. It's a bit what President Trump said when he practically equated all Mexicans with rapists. Now, do you think that this kind of argument is more or less similar? Do you consider that immigration is equal to a society that is no longer stable, a society that is threatened, a society that is open to violence? First of all, I do not want to be the advocate or supporter of Mr. Trump. I believe that part of criminals in France arises from the fact that we have not been able to manage our the migration flows. 93% of rapes and close to 90% of aggressions are carried out by foreigners. And these are not my numbers, are the numbers of the Minister of Interior Affairs. I talk about what I see, and I try to be pragmatic, and I want to be able to respond to facts. Clearly, we cannot say that all foreigners are criminals, thank God, but it is also true that if we have not been able to master the migration flows, and this has led to an increased criminality in lots of places. And there are a lot of French people that make this connection. So we have to bring order and safety in our society. I don't believe that looking at the numbers means that I have extreme views. Do you favor the deportation of some immigrants? I do not use the word deportation, because in French, deportation leads people to think about totally different contexts. I'm talking about expulsion. I know that in English you say deportation, but for us, deportation is actually what happened in World War II, when the Jews were deported towards the extermination camps. Now, let's say you're French. Now, you invite some people, and the people that you have invited behave in an unspeakable manner. They start breaking things, they start throwing things. What would you do? I believe that when you go to a country, you have to respect the country's uses and costumes and habits and beliefs. So when you're a foreigner in a country, and you commit a crime, you have to be sent back home. Now, does this mean that I'm an extremist? I don't know. Now, you talk about expulsion. Expulsion of how many people? Provided you get the power you're seeking. According to the Ministry of Internal Affairs, we have 600,000 persons that are illegally in France. I don't think that you can accept people that have violated our laws by coming to our country. We cannot conceive that they will receive something from the states, whether it's aid, whether it is support or whatever. So again, we have migration flows, and these migration flows have an impact on our budgets. I remind you that a 19-year-old Filipino was killed by an illegal alien, or this person should have been sent back or expulsed. The state did not do that, and the consequences were the ones that we have read about in the newspapers, and I'm sure you're fully aware of. So I follow the order and the movement that General de Gaulle promoted. We want order within our borders, and we want movement, and that is to do things for the environment, for growth, for the economy. Do you think that General de Gaulle would be in favor of the National Rally? I'm not saying that, because General de Gaulle was fighting for all French. Now, you mentioned the a very difficult moment in French history, and that is the Vichy period. France during World War II was not in Vichy. It was in London with General de Gaulle. It was also in Vichy. I recognize the fact that General de Gaulle brought this French democracy forward, but we should not be stuck in the past. And what I'm interested in is what will happen to this 21st century generation. I'd rather look at 2030 rather than 1930. You're 29 years old, you're younger. During the electoral campaign, it was rather obvious that you were expecting to be fully elected and to land in Matignon as Prime Minister. Now, what were you disappointed? What is the lessons you learned from all the forces that hindered the course towards premiership? Well, I believe that in France, in order to govern, you have to lose the elections. It is a truly strange situation. The political party that is first has absolutely nothing. We have no vice presidency at the National Assembly, and the party that was last is actually governing. In order, it is an interesting view of democracy, an interesting application of democracy. We were obviously first in the results, but the alliance between Emmanuel Macron and the extreme left does not allow us to actually govern. Now, I don't think that the situation can last much longer. What is quite clear is that nothing can be done in France without us. So we try to get a number of our texts adopted by the National Assembly. Now, if I was disappointed, yes. Well, obviously, when you're a candidate in an election, you want to win. You're 29, you're young. You have time. Well, yes, I might have the time, but France doesn't. I have the time, and what we're doing with Marine Le Pen is for France. Do you think that you'll land in Matignon at some point? Well, I hope I'll land where I'll be useful for France. France has a security, budgetary, and democratic situation that is very worrying. I'm quite jealous of or envious of the U.S. when I see the 3% growth. See in the U.S. This energy that is low-cost energy that is given to their enterprises, whereas back home in France, we do not have access to low-cost energy. And I try to go back to democracy, security, brotherhood, growth, and the conquest of challenges. Now, maybe I have the time, as you said, but France doesn't. You have 142 seats. You can anytime you think that Prime Minister Barnier is not doing his job correctly, if the moment you think that the laws are not the ones they should be, then you could put a stop to this government, kick it out practically. Well, what is well, a strategy? A good strategy is a strategy that is not revealed. So I'm not going to tell you what our intentions are. When President Macron met with us end of August because we had to find a prime minister. I said that no, we are not going to be a stumbling block. We are not going to be the no-sayers. However, I said that I have a line to draw. We want a prime minister to respect the election of the national rally. I'm sick and tired of seeing the people who vote for us to be considered as second-class citizens. The people who vote for us have the same rights as any other French citizen. So when we start talking about let's put a stop to national rally, let's talk about let's stop them, let's hinder them, let's block them. Well, you're not blocking me or us, you're blocking the French that have voted for us. Now, what law would you like to see for immigration and maybe also for, in terms of a fiscal policy? Well, we always have to look at what is urgent and what is important. Now, what is urgent? It is purchase power and security. We wanted to see the decrease in the price of gas and the price of energy. A lot of people are fully worried about how expensive the life has become. So we have this concern, and then we have another concern, and that is security. A few days ago, I went to New York for the UN Summit on the Future. I believe that 3 times in a single day, I took a taxi. So 3 times. The 3 cab drivers told me, where are you from? What do you do in France? What's your job? Etc. So I told them, I'm from Paris. And they all said, wow, Paris. One of them made it quite clear that the image of my country international is an image of a country without any safety or security, because we hear so many people say that a friend of mine has gone to Paris and he got robbed and he got mugged and this and that and the other. So lack of security and purchasing power. Yes, I'm fully in favor of harsher sentences. So I hope that, or I wish that the sentences become harsher. For the past 30 years, France has lived in this culture of excuses. We always try to find excuses. Now, we have all these minors that have to be dealt with. So what I'm doing is talking about simple things. We must have the protection of our identity. We have the right to have low-cost heating or low-cost gas. We must feel safe. Mr. Bardella, are you a candidate for the French presidency in 2027? No, I hope that we'll be able to vote for the National Assembly in a few months, because I believe that this government will not last until 2027. That is when the next president of the French Republic will be elected. So we are getting ready in order to win. And people say that politics are like a big wave, and a lot of French people I've talked to said that no, Ms. Le Pen, no, she's run too many times and she's lost too many times. Jordan Bardella is the one. Well, I can tell you, I can give you the example of just as many French that will say, no, he's way too young. Marine Le Pen has the experience. She's the one. Now, politics are a difficult route in France, and I believe that Marine Le Pen can be elected. We have a very strong friendship, and we do have a very strong complementarity. Now, there are some friendships that do not last forever. No. She said that you are her lion cub, and then she said you're her lion. Quoting Aristotle, she said that you are a political animal. Now, are you a political animal? Now, I believe that it is you, journalists, observers, that write these things. Do not have, let's say, typical life for a 29-year-old. I was elected at 23, and I consider that it is very hard to be on the front line of politics in France. However, politics are passion. For me, I'm very passionate about it, and I do fight in order to ensure that my ideas and my values reach power. I believe that we have the best and the most beautiful country of the world, and all you have to do is go abroad and see what people think about France. And I do not want France and her to disappear and her voice not to be heard. Now, you are the European Parliament, and we believe that we have seen a number of actions or thoughts that consider Mrs. Le Pen as being the object of legal procedure. Now, we are all worried about that. Now, the process, the whole affair is quite complex. Now, the European Parliament said that our parliamentary assistants were actually carrying out some legal actions. Nevertheless, this was not the case. I do not think that the judges will eventually consider that Marine Le Pen will be simply pushed out of elections or considered ineligible. Yes, there is an accusation, a clear accusation. Yes, it is there, but it is something that worries us because we view things in a different way. That is, when we say we, it is we in France and the European Parliament. Now, I do not want to spend all my time dwelling under this particular issue. Do you think that President Macron will arrive to 2027? No. Let's be honest. I don't think that anybody could have envisaged the dissolution of the National Assembly after our victory. Now, do you think that he was crazy to do that? No. I don't think anybody is crazy when they go back to voters. Now, our country is in a difficult economic and social situation. Nobody has, or actually the people governing it did not have a legal or political democracy. But he wants to remain president until 2027. Well, I'm not in favor of disorder. I'm not in favor of chaos. We do have institutions that work. Now, the dissolution of a parliament, or the National Assembly as we call it, was a very strong action in order to redetermine the majority towards the next presidential elections. Now, the ideal situation for your party in 2027 would be for Madame Le Pen or you against Jean-Luc Mélenchon. That is the two extremes. No, it is not the two extremes. It is reason against extremes. You are not a party that is a right-wing party or a far-right party. I believe that we represent reason in a political landscape, and we defend common sense. I believe that what I'm trying to do is to make sure that the voices of those who believe that we do have a diplomacy and industry, a culture that needs to be defended. I want to make sure that their voice is heard, and it is not the voice of those that are simply giving up. The history of France, if you remember, is always a fight, in inverted commas, between those that want to bring France forward and those who simply give up. That's what Mr. Macron says. But his man of the past, when all the major economic powers of the world, whether it's the US or China, defend their internal market, defend their diplomacy, they master their immigration, master their borders, and the European Union does the exact opposite. Look at what happens when look at what the U.S. has done in relation to import duties. The import taxes went from 27 to 100% for Chinese electric vehicles. What has Europe done? Not much. So what I wanted to do is exactly what actually works in the rest of the world. And this is why in my political thought, we have this realpolitik approach. I look around me, I look at what is going on, and don't you think that you underestimate your country? The Olympic Games were a triumph. Why you consider that I underestimate my country? You talk about a declining country, a divided country between Muslims and non-Muslims. Now, wait a second. Yes, I have a country that has the highest debt in the European Union, 3,000, or actually 3.2 trillions. We are losing our competitiveness, and I consider that we do not do enough. You see that when France is united, it is the example of the Olympic Games that you mentioned. When France stands together, then it shows its power. Aya Nakamura, is she part of this French genius? When you talk about France disappearing, it is a country that has changed, that has a varied population. Don't twist my words around. I believe that France, the drama that is France is living now, is the very fact that it does not love. She does not love herself enough. Look at how the Americans respect their flags. Well, I'm not sure all the French people do it. Do you hope that Donald Trump is going to win? Yes, I was more or less expecting you to ask me that. No, I could not say what's going to happen in the States. Looking at from Europe, from France, I believe that both have a chance to win. I believe that a Donald Trump victory would give the opportunity to start looking at different kind of approaches. So any kind of isolationist policy that Trump would eventually adopt is something that might be useful in Europe. Let us not forget that the support given to the Ukraine has actually meant an increase in defense budget to the benefit of foreign companies. The U.S. are our historic partners, and I believe that what Trump has done is to ensure that the Republicans would wake up and would stand strong against China. So if Donald Trump actually decides to leave NATO, would that be something positive for you? Because France would become independent. Well, not only France, but Europe. No, I'm not in favor or against. I'm not an American citizen. I do not have the knowledge you may have on American politics. I look at things from a French viewpoint. I'm looking at things the viewpoint of France's interests. For instance, let us look at NAFTA now. NAFTA was against the interest of my country. Obviously, when he introduces import taxes on French wine, well, that's not too good from our viewpoint. Now, your party for a long time has been in favor of President Putin and has not been supportive of the Ukraine. No. Now, what you are implying is not what I say and what I believe. I am in favor of the Ukraine. I'm supporting the Ukraine because of my very views on the importance of sovereignty for any country. Now, my generation, the people that are in the late 20s, early 30s now, have suddenly woken up one morning and found a war knocking their door only 3 hours flight away from Paris. Now, when Vladimir Putin started this war, or said that he was going to launch this war, President Zelensky didn't really believe him until it actually happened. Now, I do not want to start an escalation with France. Let us not forget that when President Macron spoke about sending troops to the Ukraine, well, I was fully against it. Let us not forget that Europe knows very well what escalation can lead to. Let us not forget also that we're talking about two nuclear powers. Now, I mentioned that in 2008, President Sarkozy had managed to get President Putin to withdraw, partial withdrawal of Russian troops. Therefore, things were frozen. Now, Emmanuel Macron went to Moscow before the start of the war, and he was not able to make one step forward in diplomatic terms because the voice of France can no longer be heard. Too often, France's voice is equated with the voice of the European Union. Russia, obviously, questions a number of French interest, whether we're talking about the overseas departments and French interest in Africa. In France, there's what people call Bardella mania. You're always well dressed, you're always very elegant. We can see that you have Italian roots. People talk about chewing gum or a particular brand of things you like. Now, what is this Bardella mania? But that's your work. That's what you're supposed to do. No, what's your opinion on that? I consider that it is important to be closer to voters, close to people. Therefore, this is what I want to do. I want to be closer to my fellow French citizens. Unfortunately, too often politicians have distanced themselves from their electorate. Now, yes, I do feel at home when I'm with the French people. As they always feel I'm one of them. As you said, I did not attend one of the grandes écoles, that is the top French schools. Yes, I did not go to ENA, the higher school for administration. Now, when people have all kinds of administrative paperwork and people can no longer deal with that. People come to me and say, hey, I'm spending all my time doing all this admin paperwork and I practically have no time for the actual work. So I'm listening to them and I'm trying to make sure that the French people are able to take things in hand in order to take their future in hand. Chateaubriand used to say that a person belongs to his country when he belongs to his times, and this is what I'm trying to do. I started very young in politics, as you said, and I never forgot the difficulties I and my family had to tackle when I was younger. I have never forgotten that I was raised by a family that sometimes had difficulties in making ends meet. That was surrounded by other families in a similar situation but with a different background. So this is something I never forget. Now, you say that you talk about you talk about your origins, your foreign origins. Now, all these people that you are against, that's what you say. I never said I'm against them. No, well, all these people have come to Paris in order to find a better future. And this makes me say that you have forgotten your roots. Why you say that? Now, I'm American, and this is exactly what has brought millions of people to cross the Atlantic, a better future, the vision, the belief, a better future. And this is what a lot of people have done in landing on the French shores. Now, I believe that once again, you give me some kind of subliminal thought that is not quite mine. No, I'm not telling people, get out of here. I'm not trying to kick out people, saying, no, you're not welcome. Believe that France will always be open for people that actually come here in order to work and to be integrated in our society. There are a lot of French citizens that are the children of immigrants or the grandchildren of immigrants and have voted for our party because the ultimate objective is patriotism. You can have different roots, your roots in a different country and still be very happy in France. I fully disagree with those who say that the French state is racist. Well, racism there's in all countries, in all societies. Now, France, I believe, has been extremely generous to people that have come from other countries. We have free schools, free health. Talk to some American friends. You tell them that, hey, it's free health. Even if you are on the territory illegally, nevertheless, you have access to this health care system, free health care system. Now, assimilation is not come as you are, is become what we are. When you go to a country, you respect the laws of this country, you respect the rights of its citizens, you respect its culture. And I think that this is a very healthy way of looking at things, and definitely disagree with those who say that it is xenophobic, it is a form of racism, etc. What happened last year and all the riots, you have second and third generation immigrants that start destroying things, whether it is libraries or schools or other public buildings. Now, what is their take on racism? All this is unacceptable, and I believe that we need a little bit of order. We need to start thinking with common sense. Now, all these riots, they sprang because of a young Moroccan person was killed by the police. Now, I don't know, when you see a car coming full speed towards you. No, it is not in Saint-Denis. It was in Nanterre, which is not exactly a top or a so-called high-class neighborhood. Now, there is a gentleman that wants to ask a question. You often said that France is a beautiful country, possibly the most beautiful country of the world. Now, if this is the case, Mr. Bardella, why so many French complain? You have to understand that people are fully aware of living in a beautiful country, but it is important for people outside understand that many of our fellow French citizens are living difficult times. It is very, life has become very expensive. There are very few doctors, particularly in remote areas, because politicians not listen to what the people have to say, because security is crumbling, because a lot of people no longer recognize the country in which they have grown up. We see that the rifts are becoming deeper, and people start getting angry about that. So above all that, there's a French spirit, a spirit that throughout the centuries have set France apart. France is one of the oldest, if not the oldest, country in the world ever since King Clovis was baptized. So I believe that we need to bring, to improve a bit things, to bring a bit of happiness to this country that is the most beautiful of the world. And no, not everybody lives in August to go on vacation. There is a lot of people that unfortunately can no longer go to on vacation. Now, there are some people that would like to ask a question. Do we have time?
Je peux en prendre une, je crois.
Deux questions. OK. Il y a un monsieur debout.
Two questions. There is a gentleman standing up, and maybe I can take both questions and reply to both of them, so we're going to save time.
Very much. I listened to you very carefully, and I couldn't help but feel that you're describing a vision for France, which is like having your cake and eating it. So, for example, you said you would impose higher tariffs on goods from around the world, but you wouldn't want other countries to impose tariffs on French products. You admire American economic growth, which is in big part fueled by immigrant-based population growth, but you don't want immigration in your country. You also want a France which is strong in the world, but you don't want the world to be inside France. How do you resolve these contradictions, and how does that impact on whether your vision for France is actually realizable?
Okay. Can you wait 1 minute? Wait. Et vous admirez la croissance américaine, mais la croissance est due en large partie à l'immigration, justement. Donc, vous êtes le monsieur.
So, the gentleman said that you're full of contradiction. Yes, I'll have both questions.
Vous voulez? OK.
Oui, bonjour, je m'appelle Calypso.
Bonjour.
My name is Calypso. My question comes from French citizen that has Greek, German, and Spanish origin. Now, you may consider that my grandparents were the right sort of immigrants. They were white and they were European. Now, why do you think that 2/3 of the French voters joined now, why 2/3 of the French people actually voted for one extreme while belonging to the other, and why a lot simply did not vote? Now, don't you think that there was great anger? Don't you think that there was anger to see that this image of France was shown everywhere in the world? France that is not simply a thing. If France that does not show to the rest of the world its best image. Now, what do you think you can understand there's 2/3 of French voters that actually rallied against you? Now, let me let me reply. I believe that. Okay, I'll try to reply in a general way. I have the impression that you are obsessed by the idea of immigration and foreigners ever since the very beginning of this discussion. You talk about immigrants, you talk about xenophobia, you talk about racism, this, that. Now, it is something I've never raised. I simply said that I want to look at immigration policies without being labeled as racist or xenophobic or anything. Now, I do not see any contradiction. On the one hand, you have import taxes when our industries, our enterprises are make the object of unfair competition. Well, I believe it is our right to have some protective barriers. I simply wanted to highlight this American contradiction, and that is promoting liberalism, freedom for all, while doing something totally different. Yes, they protect their internal market, they protect their interests. Now, I believe that in Europe there is a certain degree of anomaly. Now, I believe that we have to master immigration in a number of sectors. We had to import, in inverted commas, people from abroad. For instance, in the health sector, we had to bring doctors from or nurses from abroad. The same in the case of other industries. Look at Switzerland. Switzerland has 25% of the foreigners, but there is no social tension because we're talking about 80 or 85% the Europeans. Now, what bothers me is not immigration, but also emigration. That is the fact that some 200,000 young French people are obliged to leave their country and go find work abroad. I want also to promote the idea that each country, each nation has the right to decide what is best in this immigration policy. Now, when you have a country that or 70% of voters say that they want less immigration, well, something has to be done about it. We're not talking about dual citizenship. I'm often accused things that I have never said. I never said I will question dual citizenship. I just said that we have to be extremely careful and make sure we check or we keep a good control on some critical posts. Can you imagine a Franco-Russian at the head of our nuclear program or a nuclear plant? Can you imagine a Franco-Chinese at the head of our secret services? I'm sorry, I don't see any contradiction there. The second person that has taken the floor talked about reading her nice question, talked about her blonde grandparents. Well, I'm sorry, I never said anything about blonde grandparents or Aryan race or European. Well, there are a lot of people that are afraid of us, and there are a lot of people that are second or third generation immigrants, or their parents or grandparents became French citizens, and they are the ones that are afraid that we will question their citizenship. No, this is not the case. I'm saying that what I want to make sure that people ask me questions or question my thoughts on what I've said, not what you think I've said. I've never been against dual citizenship, and I want it to be quite clear. Thank you very much, Mr. Bardella.
Merci beaucoup. Merci à vous.
Please take your seats, because we do have some words of wisdom, actually, from Roger Cohen to wrap up the event. So please take your seats. Please take your seats and give Roger your attention.
Shh, sit down.
I'm too nice.
Phew. I think this is going to be quite a brief wrap-up, because that was quite a journey. And I hope you found it of interest. You know, at the ADF, we always push the envelope. We try to do it in a spirit of vigorous debate. I did not expect to hear, as I heard from Niels Gilman today, that we should really be considering in the future the possibility that Wales may vote. That's a new definition of democracy. But now I understand that when my beloved beagle Ned was looking at me in a quizzical fashion, he was actually complaining that he was not being given a vote. So we want you to try to think always in new ways. We want to stimulate you. We don't want to just go down the path already trodden. And the idea behind that exchange between me and Mr. Bardella, evidently we think very differently, was to just that, show the way various people think. Well, this has all taken place around the subject of a moment of truth. I think as human beings, we tend to exaggerate the uniqueness of our times. The eternal puzzles of life, chief among them love, death, and the pursuit of happiness, endure. Many previous generations have believed they faced a moment of truth, or even the moment of truth. But after such moments, the night sky, the light from distant stars, and the vast universe were still there, and so were the awe and quest for understanding they induced in people across this small planet. Still, as we have heard these past few days, we stand now at a particular moment of peril. The advance of AI, the advance of wars in Europe and the Middle East, the advance, as Stephen Dunbar Johnson eloquently expressed last night, the advance of mistrust, the advance through social media of a disorienting cacophony, seem to threaten the foundations of civility, law, humanity, and civilized disagreement on which any democracy must be based. This is a time of disquiet in a moment of untruth. Technology has always been double-edged, liberating through connectedness and openness, imprisoning through the new means of control and surveillance that it affords. Now, AI can speak and write for us, it can sift untold volumes of data, and it can surpass human capacity in certain fields. At the same time, deep fakes stalk us and truth wobbles still further. I prefer myself to my avatar, whatever its capacity for liquid participation in democracy, to use Mr. Gilman's phrase, and believe still in this increasingly transactional world that there is no substitute in building community for looking your fellow human being in the eye. Without community, democracy is weakened. Democratic institutions are imperfect, but no better vehicle for the expression of the fundamental human desire and quest for dignity and for freedom and for security has been found. It is precious. That's why we hold this meeting. And as Corinne Momalvanyan, the executive director of the Kofi Annan Foundation, remarked last night, democracy is fragile. It has many enemies. But she added something important. Democracy is also resilient. Yes, it is. I thought it was a very important reminder last night that we stand at a half century, at 50 years from the emergence of Greece from under the rule of the colonels, the emergence of Spain from under the rule of Franco, the emergence of Portugal from under the rule of General Salazar. And if you look at it, it is absolutely extraordinary what those three countries have achieved since then, and largely by becoming members of the European Union, the great miracle of the second half of the 20th century. As I once wrote, the most moving entity, a flat, uninteresting word, the most moving entity on the face of the earth, which banished war, finally, between France and Germany. Through the EU, which is a peace magnet, and that's why Ukraine must join the EU as soon as possible, as well as NATO, in my view. Through the EU, Greece, Spain, and Portugal have become prosperous countries. They were poor countries when they emerged from their dictatorships. And I think it's absolutely critical to realize and to bear in mind, because the EU is so much taken for granted, the British, in a quite extraordinary act of hurling themselves over a cliff, withdrew from the European Union in Brexit. At this moment where the fundamental importance of the European Union is perhaps not widely recognized, I think it's absolutely critical to remember this. The EU stands for representative, inclusive, and accountable governance, or at least it must stand for that. And I think the importance of all that was movingly evident in the passionate speech of Omar van Reenen, the founder of Equal Namibia, last night. Personally, I found the presence here of young people like him, and the way his speech moved all of us. I saw several people in tears. The idea that you have to fight for what you believe in. You have to fight for tolerance. You have to fight for inclusion and acceptance of the fact that we're all different. I found that moving, and it's induced in me more optimism than I had 3 days ago. And wandering around the archaeological ruins of Greece, I've sometimes wondered, do all those caryatids in their stoic grace even know the burdens they carry? We might ask the same of democracy, the miracles it undergirds and the violence it keeps at bay. I think I'd just like to say one more thing. You know, the French have a saying, l'air du temps, l'air du temps. L'air du temps. What is going on? What is the movement in people's minds? How is the world changing? And today there is a movement in people's minds. L'air du temps is going through a transformation. It's inspiring and it's destabilizing at the same time. The age of the West, the age of Pax Americana, is over. The global South, or better named the global majority, for that is what it is, the global majority is rising. Its hour has come. Its hour has come. And nothing will reverse this. Without it being clear what this new order, what shape it will give to the world, and whether it will be able to safeguard as much freedom and openness as possible. For now, there is disorder, And this a la carte world is pregnant with danger. We've seen that with the war in Ukraine, which was scarcely mentioned during this get-together when it was very much central a year ago. You know, we've sort of grown used to this war 3 hours from France, as Jordan Bardella said. And there seems to be no way out of it. But, of course, it involved the Russian invasion, unprovoked invasion of its neighbor. And hundreds of thousands of people are dead and continue to die. Will this new emergent order be able to bring an end to this war? And bringing an end to it, in my view at least, will involve painful compromise. And that word compromise is largely forgotten. You know, in life, if you get 70% of what you want, you feel you're doing pretty well. But in politics today, it's 100% or nothing. I covered the war in Bosnia, and the compromise that ended it was ugly. The aggressor got 49%, but not another shot was fired in anger. So was an ugly compromise worth it to save another 100,000 lives? You will decide the answer to that. I think like 9/11, the heinous October 7 Hamas attack on Israel has also changed the world and illustrated powerfully changes that were already underway. As I said, war reverberates from it. Tens of thousands of Palestinians in Gaza are dead. Anti-Semitism is on the rise. If Jews around the world thought overall they were safe, I think they feel that less. Anger on both sides has risen to a pitch that was not there before. I've followed this conflict for decades and argued unwaveringly for a two-state outcome, but the conflict is now in a new register. It's in a new register, and it's a very, very dangerous register. I was in Gaza in 2015. I've been in Gaza several times after another less devastating Israeli incursion. And I was wandering around the rubble with a Palestinian man, a psychologist, and his two kids, who were about 9 and 11, were wandering through the rubble with me. And he turned to me and he said, "I don't need to tell you, Mr. Cohen, what my kids will be doing 10 years from now." I think he was right, and I don't think anybody needs to guess what anybody who's lived through what has happened in Gaza today, any kids who've survived it, what they are going to be doing a decade from now. So the gyre of the conflict continues. I went into, with my press card, I got into the Columbus campus during, Columbia University in New York campus during the protests there, and the encampment of protesters that had occupied a part of the campus. And the first thing I saw was a young woman, I presume a student, a blonde-haired woman, walking toward me, and I'm a Jew, an American, in New York City, and the banner said, "Al-Qassam brigades are coming for you. Al-Qassam brigades are coming for you." Now, the Al-Qassam brigades, the elite force of Hamas, were at the very core of what happened on October 7 and the killing of more than 1,200 Israelis, most of them civilians. So you see, on both sides, the spiral continues downward. And in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, there is no peace for the dead or the living. Language is manipulated and debased for maximum emotional effect. Nakba, vies with the Holocaust, anti-Semitism with Islamophobia. Everyone is a Nazi, everyone. Monster feeds monster, rival Satans invoke genocide. There is a psychological chasm so deep today between Israelis and Palestinians that there is not any possibility of mutual comprehension. Deeper and deeper into victimhood and into totally divergent narratives, the two peoples go. And what will be the outcome of that? The outcome will be more dead, more and more and more dead. And although I've believed throughout my life, and I turn 70 next year, that one day I would see the two states that I've dreamed of, I am afraid that I no longer think it's possible. I want to be proved wrong. I want to be proved wrong. And I do know this, that peace will only come with the recognition of the humanity and the particular suffering of the other. It begins with seeing. It begins with seeing the other, with being able to empathize with the particular pain, the particular suffering, the particular anguish of the other. Because both peoples are traumatized. They are completely traumatized. And we can argue forever about the history of the conflict and how it came about. And right now in this wave, it's become the white colonialist settler Israelis against the indigenous Palestinian people. Well, that's dangerous because the implication of that, of course, is that Israel's colonialism is no longer having colonized the West Bank. And there, I perfectly agree. That is what happened in the West Bank. Israel colonized it. There are more than 500,000 settlers there. And it was a hubristic mistake on the part of Israel. But if the colonization refers to all of Israel, and what is being sought, in fact, is the eradication of Israel and the Jewish state, then there, as a Jew convinced after the Holocaust that the Jews needed a homeland, there, I'm afraid, I have to make my stand and say, no, this will not pass. There has to be a state of Israel, but one living alongside a state of Palestine in the West Bank and Gaza, which confers sovereignty and independence to the Palestinian people. We are a long, 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 long way from that, but that, in my view, is what is needed. I usually end with a poem, so I'm going to do that. It's a short poem. It's a short poem by Auden, so I'll read it to you. Here it is. It's called The More Loving One. Looking up at the stars, I know quite well that for all they care, I can go to hell. But on earth, indifference is the least we have to dread from man or beast. How should we like it were stars to burn with a passion for us we could not return? If equal affection cannot be, let the more loving one be me. Admirer, as I think I am, of stars that do not give a damn, I cannot, now I see them, say, I missed one terribly all day. Were all stars to disappear or die, I should learn to look at an empty sky and feel its total dark sublime, though this might take a little time. So, let the loving one be me, most loving one be me. Let the most loving one be all of us. Thank you.